All right, let's go ahead and get started. You can go away. All right, so more permadeath with a prestige level 3 mass man, who is pretty still new. I think we're doing pretty well on money so far. Let me just go check. We don't have the rigs unlocked yet. What's our water supply at? Our water is at 11 days, so we're not too far off. Alright, so quest-wise, we still need to finish Staunch the Bleeding. We can probably run mech charges for that real quick, and that wouldn't be the worst idea ever. If we're gonna do a few quick, not mech charges, but what's it called? Mausoleum. Yeah, we can do Lost Cache. So we'll probably just go into the trench line and get some, hopefully get our medkits done. And any other quests we want for Mausoleum, anything we can do without having to kill anyone. At least early on. I don't mind murdering people, just that we don't really have the gear for it right now. Yeah, this is a little bit rough. We could probably play this, but it's I mean, it's 1 day of water. We'll pick this up, but we probably won't end up doing it. We'll just see. Medkits wise, we're gonna want like 4 of these. We're not planning on fighting at all. We do have a silencer on our gun, which is a very helpful, our AK. We're gonna like, I guess, 180 rounds, just for safety reasons, I guess. Mausoleum, ruins, and we're just gonna ruins over to the trench line, loot some meds, and hopefully leave. Mainly just trying to get that like one quest that we have locking our progress on the Ereska faction. Once we get that unlocked, we can actually start doing like mech wreck and stuff. And like the big thing right now is to get the better rig. Once we get the better rig, we're basically set.
We should have chosen another exit.
And we do have our silencer, okay. So interestingly enough, I've noticed that there seems to be, so when you're making maps, right, occasionally you'll have like a test area to place things like, right, to see them and test them and so on and so forth, or like they might spawn there but be displayed somewhere else. It's like a storage area, right? Now, this map has a weird little area on it that we just kind of went past. It's out in the field back behind us. That seems to be that area, but it's also just in the open so we can see it. So I had this really weird occurrence when I was working on something, that like the statue can spawn out there, but more importantly, a static flying cow can spawn out there, and if it doesn't last forever, it basically lasts as long as the cows are flying overhead. But it is kind of interesting, right, that they can, I mean, it might not last forever. Oh, because we died, Nikita, last stream. We did in fact die, mainly from my own hubris, but you know, it is what it is. We did in fact get mauled to death by cyborgs. Oh yeah, we need to drop this 20 mil. 20 mil weighs so much. No, not one shot, but like we were in our little funny little farm spot, and we got mauled to death. We basically got into a spot where we couldn't run and died.
Please, give me time.
I have one, right? Yeah, I don't need to grab more than one. I really don't want to deal with HKs. And naturally, this plan will change too. Like, we'll get off the Permadeath run once a patch comes out, but for right now. Hello. And I usually, like, as you probably noticed too from like last stream, I don't necessarily treat Permadeath as like the I'm gonna play it very strictly kind of Permadeath. I try to play it at least somewhat. Like, I don't take crazy risks, but at the same time, I like to not play the same map over and over again. There's more efficient ways to mass farm experience than what I'm doing. Alright, so the dog is around, but thankfully this is the day variant of the dog, so it shouldn't be a giant issue. It can't one-shot a shit. And I hate the dog being here.
Hey, watch my back.
I'm like halfway tempted to try to actually loot that room right next to us for med supplies, but I think we'll get water from quests. There we go. We need one more. We'll make room if we find one. Nope. I can drop a few of you though for that. Hi, dog. Now there could be one in this room too. Is that up here so? All right. There could be one in here. Dog, no. Bad dog. Hey, boo boo. Now, those components are worth quite a bit. Probably worth dropping a few things for. And Barrel B, I think, is an upgrade for us. Alright, there's like one more potential crate down here. Yeah, there we go. This has to be meds, though. Nada. I mean, other precise components, though. What are you guys? Bunch of mods, yeah. Alright, so we only found 3 out of 4. We could still find one over here. So, to try and do... the Whispers Beneath the Thunder quest, we can try to wait for the units to path out. I want to open that door, but it's not worth the risk. Is there a container over in here? There occasionally sometimes can be. Is it like a piss break or something? Decal SIGs. Yeah, nada. Bad dog. Alright, and then over here. So, there will be an exo spawn inside of this room. It'll, like, pop in a second. We're just going to see if we can wait for it to patrol out so we can rescue the civvies. Yeah, there's the exo. It should patrol out. Should. Keyword being should. Just give it a minute or two to actually patrol out of here, hopefully. Or not, I guess it wants to stay here. What's that sound? The lights? This is my first time ever seeing the exo just stay in here. Please go away. Hey, Benjamin. Please leave the room. Pretty please, leave the room. Cherries on top, come on. You've never done this before. Oh, hey, Sato. This has like never happened before. I mean, it's like a sign it's not supposed to actually happen, right? Hey, Darkstar. Oh yeah, we sprinted to get pissed off with the sprint. But yeah, we're leaving. Oh, we never hear the soundtrack though. So interestingly, yeah, this soundtrack only plays like around the hangar. But it's such a good soundtrack. If only, right? Alright, goodbye, cool soundtrack.
Another day, another dollar.
I will take the 1 out of 3. You can just run it back too, just to try to get the those quests done. So let's go ahead and finish this quest. Lost cash. We might just do it again, to be honest. Yeah. I want to get this quest done. This quest is locking us, locking us off for a lot of Eureka quests. So getting that done would be very nice. And just like 60, I guess. We didn't use any ammo really there. Let's go. Let's sell some stuff to Grillo. He does lock off a lot of stuff for us. So logbox. SMG34, some scars. Yeah, 5k a pop for those components is not bad. And some nuggies, all that good stuff. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, like more, like, yeah, that's a great idea too. Like less efficient, like items that like are still worth something. Like that's, it almost feels like what, like that's what like the chips and like pretzels are for, right? They're supposed to be like this junk item that you don't want to loot all for. Like it kind of seems they've already doing that, but they don't lean into it heavily enough, I guess. But yeah, there should be a lot better reasons to be picky, right? It's a good way of punishing loot all. Or like making loot all only be like a thing you do to like, I don't know, loot all, then go into a corner, then like actually organize your inventory. Alright, do we have, we're at 14 days, right? Is it 16 days for Heisenberg? 14, yeah. Alright, same thing. Mausoleum, ruins. Just looking for one more advanced medkit. I do agree, Benjamin. Like, I don't want it to be a thing when you're back at the innards, because I do agree. Like, one of my least favorite things about Tarkov is having to deal with the inventory back at your back inside, like before you go into a game. But I do think there should be some trade-offs, or like, for example, loot all is just strictly better than looting right now. And it's not even close. I would like to see some reasons not to use it. But I'm not sure, too, if it should be just... I don't think it should be removed entirely, right? But I do agree, Benjamin. I don't want to see, like, the other way exactly, right? Where it's too draconian, and it feels, like, really tedious and boring to, like, have to, like, constantly organize your inventory. Just like a little bit more in the other direction, basically, from this where it's currently at. And like, I mean, I'm sure they'll eventually learn too. They probably need to add presets, but yeah. Yeah, something like that, right? Like just something that it has to make sense, like logically in game too, of like what you're doing. It would be cool if maybe there's like an animation, right? But yeah, I don't know. Making noise is a good idea, right? Looting all can make noise, though you need to probably make it a bit, like, very... The biggest thing is you have to relay to the players, like, the cause and effect, right? I do like that idea, though, the whole, like, you're rushing, you're not being careful, you're just, like, basically sliding all the contents of this backpack into your backpack and there's clanging noises. And, like, naturally you would do that with animations, but I'm not sure if they had, like, the animation bandwidth for that. So essentially, like, right, imagine if, like, the animation for picking single items out was, like, you, like, picking up items off the ground, placing them in your bag. And the other one's, like, you literally just, like, you just throwing things in your bag, making a ruckus. But yeah, as long as there's, like, a clear, like, show and tell there. I kind of like that idea a lot, the whole make a lot of noise. It kind of would also, too, create this tense scenario of, like, oh no, I want to, like, rush in, loot all quickly, and then leave before they notice me, but, like, you by extension looting all makes them notice you faster. Well, I think the regular searching rate is supposed to be, like, the stealth version of searching, so maybe not. Also, I don't hear a dog yet. Oh, in regards to water and stuff like that, I don't really like. They said they're introduced, like, or talk about water 1.2 for us soon. We haven't seen that yet, so I'm curious. Yeah, what their whole thing about water is going to be. It was my big thing. I made, like, a point about, like, maybe like a couple weeks ago, a month ago, in the sense of it's really hard to redesign systems from the ground up and then program those systems into the game. So, like, there's just gonna be like a lag between the feedback they received and when we actually see a reworked water system. But I think they've gotten the memo, though, that the players don't necessarily enjoy being punished for not playing the game. There we go. Yeah, as a resource, or, like, yeah, there's almost infinite different ways of approaching water. Just don't have it be a timer for not playing the game. I'm not even sure if it should be a timer in the first place, to be honest. I don't really like... The water feels more strategic in its nature. It shouldn't necessarily be, like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, you need water to survive, right? But it's not like you being out of water immediately kills you. So it's not like something like, when you get shot, right, you're bleeding out, you need to immediately deal with the fact that you are now bleeding after getting shot, or you have a wound. It's an imminent threat, right? Water is much more, like, slower than that, right? It should be much more of a creeping death, as opposed to just, like, a arbitrary timer. So maybe there should be things that feel creeping about, having low water. I don't know, something like that, right? Just something that feels a lot more, not insidious per se, but just feels much more like water IRL. Yeah, I mean, like, Tarkov's done stuff like that too, in regards to having to go into raid to talk to traders. It's a really cool concept for immersing you in the world. It's the juice, the biggest thing to say, though, too, with all these things, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the amount of effort that it takes to develop for it worth the extra coolness or extra gameplay features you receive, right? Is like having to program traders being in game, the whole gameplay loop of, like, you bringing stuff into trade with traders in game and have to extract with it. Is that worth all the time it would take, and would it be a beneficial thing for the game in comparison to other things, right? The give and take. Because, like, I've seen it in Tarkov essentially, and I'm not sure. Well, it sounded cool to me originally also too, right? Like, that's a really cool feature. was it really worth like the length of time in the map design to actually pull it off, right? Because remember, the map they put it on Shoreline, right? Shoreline's a fucking awful map. All right, pop in. Will you please leave? Please leave. I wouldn't mind like having to bring water in and like stuff like that for trades or like stuff like that or quest objectives. Like that's perfectly fine. You already basically do that with some things, right? I don't know. I would like more stealth mechanics, say, with that, right? Like, for example, someone mentioned in the comments of one of my videos, right, that, like, I mentioned about IFFs in the Mech video, and, like, that would be a kind of cool feature to have that, you know, enemy infantry can see you far away, but, like, what you have is you have a spoofed IFF to show you as friendly, or, as on their side, and they can't interrogate that unless you're really close. In visual range, right? Where they can actually see that you are not one of them. That is so weird. This mech does not want to fuck off. Is it like walking into me too? Yeah, what is going on with that mech? Anyway. So yeah, I'm not sure if like you should ever be able to have a conversation like face to face with a regular grunt. They probably wouldn't know enough. Hey, Siskine, yeah, I was. They probably weren't. It's hard to say, right? I don't think grunts would know better to not target you if you were just like someone they didn't know, right? Like, imagine if you're in this, like, massive war situation, right? Are you really gonna trust this random stranger who has an IFF tag that looks nothing like your forces? Alright, so we'll abandon this one because this one isn't really working for us at all. We should have our vendors now. Really? 16 enough? Thanks for the fall, Herrick. And we have 17 waters at 18 for him? Bundleton? It's gotta be 18. I don't have any water. We need one more. We still need a better rig. We kind of want money. Thankfully, we do have our quest done now, so we can do Mech Wreck, which is very nice for money. No, that's fair. Like, yeah. That isn't trade, drinking, food, or washing. Like, okay, I would think crafting, perhaps, or, like, yeah, mainly crafting. Personally, like, I know it was Darkstar, the biggest thing I can see water being used for that's kind of already shown in game is, this is not, that like almost never happens. The biggest thing I can think of, right, is as you notice, right, the more water you have, essentially the more people you bring in. And the biggest thing I want to see, right, is this game is in a peculiar spot in regards to not needing to have wipes. That means, and like, I think that also, and because there's no wipes in this game, they have a unique opportunity here to do very long-term things and do long-term systems that other extraction shooters don't generally try to do. Like, the regular extraction shooters, right, aren't trying to appeal to the people who want to play the same wipe for a year. They're appealing to the people they want to bring in, right? They want to bring those people to actually like have the environment to play with, because you need those people to actually actually be in that environment to help support the game. If you have an empty, if you never saw another player in Tarkov, on multiplayer Tarkov, it would feel like a horrible experience. It would feel like an absolute terrible game. This game's a bit different though. It's solo and co-op, right? You can play this game perfectly fine without a group and it functions the exact same. And so they have a really unique opportunity here to design systems or gameplay loops and systems that go way past what the traditional gameplay loops for other games would be. And what I'm basically saying here, right, is they can use water, they can use things like water and other resources, right, to do long-term conflicts with the scavs, right, overarching goals. And so, for example, right, one of the big things you have as you get more water, you go from like having no one here, it's entirely empty, and right now it's just like it's a binary state, right? It's either like you're low on water and there's no one here, or you have a ton of water and there's a ton of people here, right? And so they can do systems, right, where like you have different amounts of water in reserve, and you can use that water to, like, you know, buy things for the innards, bring more people in, bring specific people in, so on and so forth, and ration that water. They could almost do a small little like city builder, not necessarily a city builder, like a settlement builder with water inside of here, right? And they kind of have that with crap like this, you know, little guy over here right now buying upgrades, but not to a very full-fledged extent. And so it could be used for trade or drinking food and washing, so on and so forth. But it could also be like, if there was supposed to be like a city builder, like not city builder per se, but settlement builder or like innards management a bit, they could lean into water being a key tool for that and a key balancing act for that. And they can also do things with like tension, right? Where, you know, they do have water thieves, right? They can have dynamic events, right? Where water thieves come in, steal your water, and now you're short on water, or so on and so forth. And it doesn't necessarily mean you'll wipe, right? But just like any like city sim or any kind of game like that, a management game like that, right? It creates a conflict that you need to solve, right? A thing that you need to rebalance the scales of. Hey, Smoke. Because that's basically what those games are, right? Those city builder games are basically like, you know, you're managing resources and balancing everything. And so when you have this balancing act in the innards, you can kind of throw that out of whack a bit with water and like other resources. Yeah, I can see that too, right? Water drains faster. I don't think it should ever be a timer though, right? But like it could be lives, it could be other different things too. But like, yeah, like water should be expended. Or like, you know, say for example, it's the water is a reserve, right? And say for example, as opposed to ever having a day count, you just have the amount of water in your reserve, and getting more water essentially means that you can unlock different types of things. Black, no, you can also find vendors or guns off of quests, and you can also get guns off of in-raid, but they have to have the disabled tag on the gun. If they're destroyed, you can't repair them. If they're disabled, you can. So for example, right, these are guns we picked up in raid to sell. If they were disabled instead of destroyed for picking them up, you basically would repair it when you brought it back in your inventory. But I can see that too, right? In the sense of like these events in the future, right? Where like necessarily you are too small in regards to ever have them give you significant forces. But I can see situations, right, Bob, like where if you have like a very good, I can also see maybe with recruits too, like Bob, right? As opposed to you know, maybe you can hire recruits for a squad. Like say for example, doing a big task for, or maybe having like this god tier rep with a trader allows you to buy a certain recruit you wouldn't normally be able to have, right? Like, you know, a Uruska soldier or something like that. And like right now the recruits are pretty like basic, but like for example, right, as we showed earlier, let's actually do a cemetery. Actually, I know, right? I don't have a tac cam. Do I have a tac cam? I do. Let's not do cemetery yet. The cultists, so we can hire a cultist as a recruit. There's other cultists in the game. Right now, I guess they're enemies or that they're not the same cult because they fight each other when you bring them in. But stuff like that would be cool in the future if you could bring in recruits that would make that might make factions react differently to you. Thief of the Night is actually a good one to use. Let's just do a mech trench for week 1A. Good old mech trench, where are you? Yeah, something that's always cool, right? But like, I'm not necessarily they should do that because that's combining genres, but it would be cool, right? In the sense of like, you have like a small city builder inside of your this kind of game, right? I should probably bring a few more than that. That's fine. 150 is definitely fine. Bringing in like 6 of you. We're not fighting a lot here, but there will be fighting. Trenches, elevator, and we're good. But yeah, like they could easily incorporate like a pretty bog standard like city builder loop, resource management loop. Hey Quinto. As like an end game. And it's like an entirely optional thing too, right? Like the biggest thing is it shouldn't, like, it's hard too, because if you make it optional, can you really justify like putting developers on it? But like, it's an interesting concept because, like I said, it's such a long-term kind of like a project or concept in regards to like gameplay, like a gameplay goal for a character in this game. But yeah, the biggest thing too is keep in mind, like, the devs don't ever want us to feel big. Like, that's the biggest thing too. Like, if, to the T, cosmetics, not really. Now, each character, like, we're playing Massman right now, has a few different variants. So say if, when we die and come back, we might look ever so slightly differently. But there's not like cosmetics in the game. There is gun customization, but like that's just pretty bog standard. They did say, in regards to MTX, if they were ever gonna do microtransactions, it would only be cosmetics. And then it's like that's like basically them saying, like, you know, if they were ever to do, I don't think they plan on doing it, but if they ever planned on doing it, it would be that, just cosmetics. Anyone behind me? I'm surprised these guys aggroed over here, to be honest. Usually don't do that with a silencer. Yeah, I mean, like, they said, like, they basically just held it off in the sense of, like, if they ever, like, like, that's the farthest they would ever go, Quinto. I don't think they plan on doing that, but, like, they basically said, like, as, like, kind of like a safeguard, right? Like, there's not gonna be anything locked behind MTX, right? Just to be like, if they were ever going to do MTX, it'd be that. All right, I think it's, oh, I need to actually drop a few of these too. Mainly for the price of alcohol. Anything good here in this tower? Not really. Yeah, that's basically like what the kind of the concept is, right? If you want to support the devs more, they would do like cosmetics that way. Like, essentially too, like, most of the devs released, like, the core concept of this game was an art book, right? And so, like, I can see situations, right, where the, oh, this is not good. I might be dead here. Cover, cover. Freaking shotguns. We're good. Leave me alone. Well, Quinto, I don't think they were like ever gonna add MTX during like early access. It was more like a post thing, right? But yeah, like essentially we did get the early bird special, right?
Carefully extract the good stuff.
Like, keep in mind, like, when I said MTX, right, basically said, like, it definitely, the wording they gave definitely mean, like, you know, if push comes to shove and they wanted to, like, you know, if they were at the worst thing they would ever possibly do, it would be cosmetics. And I actually want the guns this time. I actually have the guns already, okay. So right now we have 3 guns. These are not disabled, so when we bring them back, we can't repair these, but these are, like, things we can sell. All right, so we're pretty low on ammo already, so let's not fuck around anymore. Let's go around these guys. Yeah, I have no idea if they're ever gonna do customizations too. I imagine Darkstar, them trying to get Gunhead right in regards to that feature is probably why he's not out yet. You can see, I can see that because, like, eventually, right? Now, keep in mind, these are indie devs too, so, like, they do have a finite amount of resources. So they might add customization in later, but they might not have the, like, the it's always a push and a shove, right? Like, do you take the time to develop a system like this when you're missing gameplay elements? But I can see it maybe adding eventually too, right? And also, keep in mind, this game has no DRM, and it's Unreal Engine 5. What the hell? I think it's this one. It's so hard to tell. Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay, we got it. Oh, that's new. I didn't realize that's a new feature. Oh, that's cool. I haven't done this in a while. Well, no one's nearby to hear that, which is good, I guess, but that was a really cool audio effect. Yeah, I can imagine, like, true, like they can't get Gunhead exactly where they want him to be yet, which is why he's not out yet. But they're very close. Like, they're basically just fine-tuning it, right? Alright. I have to be very careful not to drink my alcohol. Yeah, they're Unreal Engine 5, that's correct. So, like, going back to my point about that, right, before I got distracted. This game does already have a few mods for it. They're not big mods, right? But one of the mods is a cosmetic mod. And so, like, I know it's not in-game yet. Like, it would be better to have a system like that to customize your characters in-game. But for right now, like, at least there is the ability to mod it. If the developer suddenly, like, poofed out of existence, right? Modders could pick up the slack. All right, not much, but we did get our alcohol, which is good money. Yes, Monk, I do think that, like, it doesn't make sense for there to be some universal currency. You're looking... So Darkstar, there's already tools for basically getting free cam in the game. It's called an Unreal Unlocker. If you Google it, you'll find a Patreon for a guy who has them, and it works. I use it all the time for videos. But it essentially gives you free cam in the game. And the ability to, like, not essentially pause the game. Alright, there's Bundleton. And we're level 2 right now with him. We want to get to level 3 first before we actually buy a rig. I need to get some better rep, though. Would you like some dirt? We're kind of getting there. We're still decently far away. Definitely sell these. Those guns are awful. We're so close. We're looking for actually for the pack mule. The pack mule is what we want here. We might just go for a cheaper one for now, though. We'll just have to see, because runner is a very good crate to start out with. Like, most characters can eventually equip runner, if not all of them. I think Scav Girl can eventually, right? At like the very end of her dream. It's a very good option for making money to get to these bigger rigs, but we probably will end up buying just this, actually. the 3 slots help out so much for making money. Yeah, we'll do this for now. It's such a good rig not to use. It helps us make more money. All right. And do I actually have the ability to upgrade you yet too? Keep in mind you can customize these rigs, and it's very helpful for doing so. These big ones not so much, but like these topped, these right here, this top right, top left, so on and so forth, are all pretty important. So we have 2 mediums and a small. I might got of money though, right? I got enough. Top left. Wait, you got medium? Level 3. All right, I guess we do level 3. All right. So we haven't done. We're still not good enough yet to do actual Scrapyard Nexus. We need better gear, money for that, or just more medkits essentially. But yeah, don't change the tanks. Oh, no, for sure. And they're getting, like, they definitely did a few things too in regards to performance, and it will get better as the game pushes on. Any more mods for you? Oh, we found the drum, huge, we found the drum mag already. That's so big. We can run, I guess, the Queen Killer. Alright, so we have our drum mag, which is actually huge. We can start running some bigger kits now. Alright, I need quests. We can start doing some quests for killing, just murdering some people real quick too. Call the herd. You work. And what else? Hey, Chacha. I am Maskman currently. Developer? No. I am just some random guy playing the game. Alright, regions, Mesa, ruins, and I think we're good. But yeah, Dinner, I do agree that, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense for there to be a universal currency when all the factions are at war. Yeah, you get the mags a lot, but you don't generally... It's... So, we've done a hardcore run before, and it was a bit different. But like, one of the big things in the previous hardcore run is we couldn't buy things from traders. And you quickly learn that you basically can't get a silencer in-game outside of traders. Which, oh boy, that sure changed quite a lot. Alright, so we're probably going to end up going to the crawler, you know, and dying. Not dying, but like, you know, murdering a bunch of guys against cyborgs. We won't be staying for very long, though. Just enough to get our 20 and then leave. Not going to tempt fate. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's up to 4-player co-op. To kind into the team. But like, you can get AI companions too if you'd like. The AI companions are a bit derpy, but they've gotten better over time. Like the first patch did improve them quite a bit, but they're still a little derpy. So the Rat King, who we're probably hearing right now, actually. Yep, there's the Rat King. The chopper's gonna kill Rat King. No. So the Rat King is basically an AI mech. It's based off the medium mech chassis for Europa, but it is essentially an AI who, at the very least, is neutral to us, but we consider friendly. We can probably assume that Rat King's friendly to us. Now, I don't know this to be true, but one of the people who comes join the stream occasionally, right? He alludes that he is QA for, you know, Fun Dog. I can't verify that. I'm gonna believe him for now because it's fun to believe him. But just keep that in mind, as I don't know if he is or not, and it's fun to talk to him though, which is, you know, in its own right perfectly fine. What he has said though is that inside of this canvas bag is a giant mushroom or fungus. And so this basically is an AI that keeps itself alive by feeding this fungus on its back. You can kill him. I don't know. He does die actually quite often. There's plenty of unkillable units in the game, and like one of the big weaknesses of these mechs here, the European medium mech chassis, they can't aim up very well. So basically, if you shoot him from above, he can't generally return fire. Yeah, Dark Shard. So basically, he is a fungus, right? That he feeds. Like basically throws bodies on these meat hooks and feeds the fungus. Now, I was confused because this doesn't look like a fungus, but apparently it's just like a canvas bag or some cloth around the fungus itself. Yeah, the Rock King. But yeah, he's a scavenger in his own right. He scavenges bodies, and he's not like Toothy. He wants to murder us. He is he's friendly to our plight. But yeah, for any of these mechs, basically, with the pneumatic device, you can jump up here, and this is like the best spot to kill mechs, because most mechs don't have a way of shooting up very well. Oh, the lore is great so far in this game, yeah, for sure. Or like the illusions of lore. Gotta keep in mind that they don't really tell you a lot. You have to assume a lot. Speaking of the cows, let's just say I'm working on the cows. Don't you guys worry. I don't think so, no. I think he can only get it. Well, we can go check. He's killed a few things down here. I don't think he dropped the grenade launcher. Yeah, Benjamin. Yeah, like that is the cool thing, right, too, Benjamin? When you have like ambiguous lore, is you can tailor the lore with your own imagination to make whatever sense you want it to make. I am really terrified of getting murdered by him. I don't see 2 bags. Yeah. So when you have the quest to collect the Rat King's residue, and like, for example, this chopper will kill Rat King. It won't be like immediate, but Rat King will die. He can't fight the chopper. He can't pan up. But yeah, when you do the Rat King quest, there'll be like little like cybernetic drops, that, like the bag for cybernetics for that Eurasians drop on the ground, and that will contain the residue for Rat King. I think that's the thing for Toothy, and I think for this guy, but this guy required a fungus to actually convert the bodies into fuel for it. And interestingly enough too, where the fungus is, it makes me kind of support the theory that the top upper back, like the protrusion on medium mechs, is where the reactor actually is. Personally, I'm still like unsure if it's fission or fusion. I kind of think it would be cool if it was fission, but if it wanted to be fusion too, that's fine. I can see an instance, right, where like the mold or the fungus grew around the reactor. Say, for example, right, you have this. Now, the Europa mechs are probably a mix between pilot and AI, with pilot having most control, and AI basically being like a virtual intelligence as opposed to full artificial. Or maybe say, for example, the AI is a bit neutered, right? So say for example, Europa doesn't like using full AIs, and so they neuter their AIs to like have rules per se, and that they have to, you know, follow the pilot's rules. If, say, for example, the pilot or the Europa mech got damaged, right, and the pilot died or got, you know, disembarked or whatever, and the AI for whatever reason got corrupted, right, to actually be, what's it called? A bit freer, if you will. And then, say, for example, the mold or the fungus grew over the reactor that was breached, right? Say, for example, the fungus grew over the reactor and kind of sealed the reactor, if you will. And so you have this like kind of symbiotic relationship, right, where the mold is protecting the reactor of the ship or of the mech so that it can actually function again. But the fungus also needs to live too. Not necessarily too, right, Darkstar? Like, that is a big thing is heat, in regards to, you need a lot of heat management, basically. It doesn't necessarily have to be water, but you need a way to deal with a lot of heat. And fusion would be easier, I think, right? No, I think fusion puts off a lot of heat too. Both would put off an insane amount of heat you would need to manage.
Oh, we might have a ghost of a chance if we work together.
But like, it really makes the most sense that it would be either or. Yeah, his backpack is like a bunch of textiles holding something together, right? Which apparently with the meat hooks is the fungus. I can see that too. I don't think it's bioengines for their opens though. It could be a bioreactor. I'm not sure if it is though for them. Like, I can see that. So I can see that being the case for every mech in the game except for Europa. So the Eurasians, the Eurasians collect bodies. Like, the only time you see Europans collect bodies is for the meat factories, right? So as food. Now, for Euruska and Eurasia, though, you actually see instances of them storing bodies or having means to process bodies, right? Like, on Toothy specifically, right, you have those little bags to actually help process waste into, like, fuel for its reactor. And those being absent from basically any other mech makes it lean basically not into being that. Now, Euruska is a bit different too. So Euruska, like, I haven't done a deep dive on the mech yet for it, but like, I think you said it too, right? Like, the Euruska mech is biomechanical in nature, and so it more has a metabolism probably as more of like an actual fuel source. Favorite faction? I don't know yet. I'm gonna probably say it's probably Euruska. Like, thinking of all the units, it's probably Euruska, especially like, I need to learn more about the biomechanics and how they work, because like, so the way I see, I need to do more like work on it because this is not even in progress yet, but the mech for Euruska, my current working theory is that the mech for Euruska is basically a person that's like basically grown. Or like, I can imagine, right? So to be a pilot for a Euruska mech, they basically place you and they basically start modifying you to basically be this gargantuan human. And maybe they even do it before your birth, right? So say, for example, right, they grow you in a vat and they basically, you know, inject you with a bunch of growth hormone, and they basically make you giant. And naturally for humans, that's very unstable, right? But like, even in this like beginning process to make this, you know, Euruska mech, they're already modifying you with cybernetics and biomodifications to make it work. And eventually, right, it's almost like a fucking dreadnought for 40k. The Euruska mech is what my theory is. And so essentially, it's this person who's been molded into the shape of a mech, and eventually, basically, their carapace is put on, and then they're basically sealed inside of the mech. And essentially, so they're basically a dreadnought. And so as opposed to like actually like refueling the mech, you are more just feeding the mech. It's got muscles, it's got a metabolism, right? So on and so forth. All right, we need to leave. Yeah, I can see that too, Taka, for sure. Oh yeah, no, we got mauled to death. Don't worry, it's I mean, when you're playing a game where you can just randomly die from a jig, like a tank flying into your face, You kind of just have to embrace the fact you're gonna die sometimes. It's not your fault. Though that one was definitely my fault. Alright. But no, I definitely find that, like, the fact with the Eureka is really cool in regards to that. And, like, the Mech too, like, the whole fact that they're leading into, like, the boat, like, so think this way, yo, like, you have technology and you have human. Like, Europa is, like, 90% human, 10% technology. You have Eurasia, which is, like, 90% technology and 10% human. Like, their cyborgs are barely human anymore, it seems like. It looks like, at least. And then you have, like, Eureka, which is, like, straight in the middle, right? That's like the almost complete 50-50 of both sides. They lean to both the human aspect and the technology aspect, as opposed to only one or the other. I'm not sure. This guy, I just like killing cyborgs, man. I'm freeing them from their torment. I just really like the inside of the crawler. Like, the cyborgs are cool and all, and fun and all to fight in there, but like, the ambiance of the inside of the crawler is very fun. Yeah, well, I mean, Eureka, right, or not Eureka, but Toothy, right, is just like an AI. Like, so they have two variants, right? So Eureka has two mechs. Eureka, because they're the pure 50-50, right, they do it from both approaches, Eureka does. So they try an approach starting with human and going into tech, and they do the other approach starting from tech and going into human. So, like, because Eureka is the perfect meld of both technology and human, they try both approaches with their solutions, right? They try, so in regards to their mech, right, their Eureka regular medium mech, they start from human and grow that into a mech. And on the other extremes, right, they start from mech and try to make it a bit more human with the AI and the fact that it actually has basically a metabolism, right? It actually has, like, it can eat, essentially, through the bag. I'm sorry, I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian. I can't help you again. If someone wants to decipher that, translate that, please feel free, but I cannot read that. All right, how is our rep with Grillo? To marry my goat? I don't have a goat. I'm not sure if I if I was gonna get Emerald 2, I would be. I don't think I would start at goat. Favorite enemy units? God. I kind of almost want to say the Mech, but I don't see the Mech enough to say Mech. I don't see the Mech enough. If I saw it more, I definitely would say Mech. Quest-wise, we could probably do a Scrapyard now. Oh, it's so dangerous though. We'll go and try it. If I saw Mech more, it'd probably be Mech. Trying to think. Favorite unit. And that's the unfortunate thing too. Like, Europa has so many different types of infantry, but they all blend together, right? I can't say that, like, my favorite unit is a European type of infantry, because like they do all blend together. It really just falls into the EOD and non-EOD camp, but still. Eisenberg, meds, please. It's probably going to be something Eureka again, right? It might actually be like the Eureka medium mech, because it does just look so damn cool. It's like, it literally looks like a Centurion, right? In regards to aesthetics, it's probably the Eureka medium mech. in regards to currently how it plays in game, I do like the EXO a lot for Europa. The only thing I want to see with the EXO, and this is a critique of the entire game too, and like it's a critique, but I'll preface this with saying it's very understandable that this is a weak point of the game. It's very hard to do, and it's very time consuming to do. The animations. Like, I cannot stress it enough, like how important animations and movesets are to make you immersed in a game. And it's probably like one of the weakest spots of the game in regards to breaking your immersion is the animations. Like, and like, as I prefaced, it is hard, it is time consuming, it is slow, there's a lot of units, and it's like, the amount of animators you need is astronomical for a giant game, especially with a lot of units and a lot of different things, right? It is time consuming. But like, I love the concept of the Europa EXO. It's just a bit too clunky movement wise right now. Nexus, I guess we can do this. This is a little bit rough though. Like, it's my only real qualm with the game's arts. Like there's gameplay elements too I want reworked. There's like, you know, balance concerns, so on and so forth. But like in regards to like the aesthetic appearance of the game, the biggest thing for me is the animations. But like, I also understand why it's a thing, or like why it's an issue. And like, it might never get fixed because of that reason, which is fine. It is what it is, right? Like, there's only so much you can do in a game of this size. I probably want more ammo that I brought in, to be honest, especially with an AK. I do have you now, which probably means I need to unlock you, actually. And do I have 50 cal? I do. I really feel like I need more meds. Asthmatic. It's good. It's a kind of cool like PvE co-op extraction shooter game. It's an early access game, so keep that in mind. It's an early access indie game. So if you like games like Stalker, like the original Stalker series that have a little bit of jank to them, it's a great game. If you like the art style, it's a great game. But like, if you're looking for like maybe like a perfectly smooth gameplay experience, maybe wait for a bit. But it's I enjoy it. It's fun. It's in the tank currently. The devs have shown too, like, we need to figure out their cadence of the game patches, but like, they've been pretty good so far in regards to cadence.
Just one more run, just one.
Like, they released a decent sized content patch like a month after the game came out. And so like, if they gave us any additional content between now and like next quarter, I consider that like a huge win. Yeah, yes, man. It's like, I can see, like, right, the cyborgs being jittery does make sense, but like, the EXO is a really cool unit, but it feels like it's got concrete bars around, like, or like it's weighed down by concrete bricks. Like, it's heavy, but it feels like the animations for the EXO feel like they need to be a lot smoother. I don't know. Maybe game shift, yeah. Almost like a crowdsourced thing, but yeah. No, it's got like kind of that Fallout vibe. Definitely a lot more like into the grittiness than Fallout. Like, Fallout's gritty, but it's got like a kind of like a whimsical nature to it too. There's not much whimsical nature in this. Well, there's a little bit of jank, which makes it be whimsical, right? But it's a pretty gritty kind of art style universe. Oh yeah, just basic, yeah, or the player AI, or just like, yeah, just basic AI movesets too, right? Like right now, that's definitely a big aspect here, right? Is the AI only has one moveset of, you know, walk towards you and attack you if they can, or shoot you if they can. Ah. If they were willing to defend spots on maps, it would be huge in regards to difficulty and ambiance. Whee! I think that was 3 waves too, so we're good here actually after this guy. How are you? He flew real well. We don't have a lot of space here, so we're not going to leave it at all. Mainly just alcohol on these guys too. All right, so we are on this kind of daytime variant of the map, which means we need to look for 2 your rusty grenadiers, basically 2 officers. There's the first one. Is there 2? Oh yeah, for sure, right? And it's unfortunate too, like a lot of the defenses right now are mainly static in nature. Okay, so we only have 1 grenadier we need to worry about. And he's dead. All right. So that big first wave's dead. We can start looting a bit. We do have to do the quests before they like probably respawn too much, but let's see here. Barrel sees a big upgrade for us. I think he's. I don't know if they're worth that much. That's a big one, I think, right, actually? I hear movement. Yeah, I do like that feature, right? The fact that they are together and they will move together, like aggro together. Are they above me? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, they're above me. Probably snipers, actually. Hold on. Those guys actually hurt a ton. Oh, your agents. Okay, never mind. Okay, they're stuck up there. Yeah, they're not worth that much. Alright. So after you kill the first wave of heavy brawlers, regular brawlers will spawn on the map. These guys have guns and they're fucking terrifying, so be careful. You can still one-shot headshot them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, there's 4 this time. Holy shit. Wait, 5? I'm so dead. 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 No. Why did they walk up me? They came out of nowhere. Oh well. Run it back. That's why we weren't doing Scrapyard, by the way. Scrapyard be dangerous. All right, delete of shame. Come here, you. Let's go here. It's, yeah. Users, my name, app data, a local. So one big thing too, about this game, there, no, David, I died last week too. I need to lock it down. So cool thing about this game, if you're unfamiliar, all of your save files, there's no servers in this game. This game is stored and run locally on your machine. Now that has benefits and downsides. The benefits being you have access to, I'm on Twitch also, yeah, just Killput1 on Twitch. You have benefits and you have downsides. The benefits of it, right, is you have access to literally everything that the game is running off of, basically. And say, for example, if someone sent me their save file, I could probably play off that save file, just move it into here and do that. I can edit these files if I want to. Essentially, you can do whatever the fuck you want with the game. Once you download the game, it is yours. There's nothing you need to worry about. The downsides of being strictly on your machine, though, is you have to run everything. Meaning, you can't offload any of the AI to the server. You can't have anything server-side because there are no servers. Everything's on your machine. So, it makes it basically a little bit more less performative. You have to like actually, you can't have overly complex AI because it would have to be run on, you know, every PC that the players play it on, right? Every type of spec. And so if you plan for like, you know, 16 threads of CPU, you know, there's gonna be plenty of players who don't have that and they'll struggle for it, right? No problem, Hunter. Yeah, no problem, Hunter. Whatever you prefer. That's why I'm streaming on both. So if you prefer YouTube, you can do YouTube. If you prefer Twitch, you can do Twitch. Okay. Because I know there's perks to both, right? I think Twitch does better on mobile, and then YouTube does better if you're like desktop streaming. But yeah. All right, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna leave the game. Close out of the game, and then we're not going to delete our save files. All we need to do, is that opening GIMP, is basically, yeah, go away, GIMP. I think these are thumbnails, by the way. All you need to do is basically take these two files. Don't get rid of these because these are your preferences and stuff like that. Just take these two files here and move them somewhere else, and I'll put them into a folder. Let me actually, we'll just name this as 1118 death, and move these over here. So if I ever want to access these files again later, or like say for example some bug happens, I still have the save files available to me, and I can now relaunch the game. And keep in mind too, this is not my main account. My main account's perfectly fine. So there's family sharing on Steam. I'm using a family shared account for my alt account, and so I am not. This is perfectly fine, Hunter. There's no issue with that. I'm not wiping my main account. Only my side account, my alt account. So, for example, when there's a patch day, right, or a big announcement, I can go back to my main account and experience the regular patch. Oh, Scav Girl. 100% Scav Girl, right? Thanks for the follow, Hunter. Scav Girl is so hard early on. Like, there's plenty of people who love Scav Girl. I cannot think it's because of gameplay reasons. And that's perfectly fine. So we are back at the tutorial now. Our walk of shame, doing the tutorial. We're at our very empty innards. And my settings are the same, right? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Oh, really, Darkstar? I'll look at it later. Men of culture like Skygirl. That's essentially it, Hunter. Like, so I definitely do believe that Scav Girl is probably the hardest earlier on. You are really fast, but like dealing with her HP is so hard. Yeah, she's really fragile. She has she can get good rigs eventually, but not for a long time. And so it's just rough. I do think Massman's probably like the, if it wasn't for Old Man's rigs, I would feel tempted to say it's Old Man who's better. But like, because you can use anything as Massman, I need that water. It just feels the best. Hold on. Yeah, well, let's see what variant we get. And by the way, if you are inclined, you can actually grind this mission. You can just do it over and over again. Oh, 100% Vega. Yeah, Vega. Thursday is Stalker stream. Hopefully, I have a 3080. It should perform fine. I don't know. I like the surplus rifle being shit, though. They do. just the death Quinto mainly. Yeah. All right, and so we're gonna go over to character Massman. We'll see what we get when we get loaded in with him. We will bring, because normally, like, I wouldn't say bring anything in if you are like playing this normally, because on Permadeath though I will bring in some actual meds. And so we need to go to Enclave, Cemetery. Yeah, that little extra stakes, right, Hunter? A little bit of extra stakes in case you die. Adds a little bit of tension to the game. Though, as you can probably tell too, I don't let it bother me too much. I was pretty good for the first big giant run. Like we actually had like what, like 21, 22 prestige. And then I got reckless. For right now, it just seems like I need to, you know, tighten up the ship a bit. Stop playing so recklessly. Oh no, we're just doing the quest. Right now, the quest, main Quinto, to get out of the quest tree. I need to, like, actually, I can't recall the names of them, right? I do like the one that you get occasionally on Elephant Mausoleum when you're in the hangar. That one's a banger. I just can't remember the names of them. But yeah, just real quick loot run here, just do these quests. It might be last stand. No, I have no idea. Oh god, why? Leave me alone. Fucking snipers. Nope, well, yeah, well, not Shovel Man. We are not Shovel Man. Very unfortunate. Now, like, so I personally like Massman because he has like a lot of HP starting out and he's not that slow. I will say, when you are learning the game, I still think the best starter for learning the game is Shaman. So Shaman is very similar to Scav Girl. They're a little bit slower than Scav Girl, but they have more HP. The biggest thing with Shaman that helps you out when you're newer is you can see loot containers from very far away, which is very, very nice. And unlike Scav Girl, you don't have to constantly play the game of unlocking your rigs. I think that's the case for a lot of them, like, right, Bob? Like, they definitely, all these scavengers have, like, you know, these were once soldiers vibes. The only character who does not feel like they are a previous part of a faction right now feels like Old Man.
It's like Christmas came early. How to open those presents.
So we'll just go over the characters list real quick. I mean, Bagman should have his toy though, Gas Task, right? He should have his toy. There needs to be some difference between the very slow Bagman and Massman. It does make sense too. So this is like currently in the game, like I could see Bagman or Shaman being X-Call, right? So Old Man is like one of the only characters who does not feel like they're ex-military. He probably just feels like a very old civilian, maybe from before times, perhaps, hence the Old Man. Scav Girl is probably an ex-pilot. So if you've seen the Exo Burst from Fundog, it seems like you'll rescue pilots and so forth. It seems like Scav Girl was definitely at once a pilot. Massman does feel like an ex-trooper, like a European trooper. Maybe not European, but maybe he feels trooper-esque, right? He feels like, you know, he was once a soldier. Shaman, I can see being cultist, right? Shaman's got that kind of like that techno kind of like cultist slash hacker vibe. Consider you don't really see Shaman at all. Shaman is one of the few characters that doesn't have a variant. I think Shaman only has like what, one skin? Maybe he might have 2 skins. But you can't see a lot of his skin. You can't see a lot about him, right? Because he's all covered up. He does kind of give me your Ruskin vibes a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. Mainly like he gives me the vibes of like North African for some reason. Like I get that kind of, or North African or southwest Europe, like the Baltics. No, sorry, not the Baltics. What's it called? Like Serbia, Yugoslavia, so on and so forth. Like that area. Bagman is very clearly feels your Ruskin in nature. If you look at your Bagman, I guess it could be Eurasian too, but like he's definitely not cyborgified enough. If you look at Bagman when you're playing with Bagman, he's got a lot of mods. He's got a lot of modifications. Like he's wearing Balkans. Thank you, Finn. He's wearing his arms are definitely like augmented, like definitely augmented arms. Yeah, Southeast Europe. Yep. Shaman gives me that vibe for sure, though. But starter-wise, Shaman's great. So the main difference, right, is so Scav Girl is faster and has 100 more HP, 100 less HP. The big problem with Scav Girl, though, is you have to unlock your rigs from the skill tree, which gets really annoying. Yeah, Darkstar, I agree with that. Shaman, on the other hand, is basically the exact same, but as opposed to actually having to unlock their rigs, they buff their rigs. And so Shaman basically Shaman doesn't get the heaviest rigs, but neither does Scav Girl. Shaman basically starts with the best rigs that Scav Girl could ever possibly get, while also being able to increase the amount they actually hold. So he's just a good compromise. Now, the big thing is with Massman, right, is you get access to almost all of the toys. The only toy you do not get access to as Massman is the HMG, the heavy machine gun, that is unique to Bagman. And to be fair, Bagman is super slow. He deserves to have that toy, and it should be his own. Currently, it should only be his toy. Yes, Hunter. Basically Hunter. Yeah. So Gunhead is basically the robot that's coming out eventually. We don't know when. They did say before Christmas. So in the coming weeks and months, or month, basically. We'll see if they keep that promise. I don't see why they wouldn't, but yeah, but Gunhead is a few of the cinematic trailers you can actually see Gunhead in already. But yeah, he's currently still locked. He might be a character that we have to unlock in game eventually, but for right now, if that is the case, you can unlock him. No one's found it yet, so he's probably just not available yet. Okay, first quest done. And so same as last before. We're just bringing a few meds. 10 rounds of shotgun. Bring in these two. And just doing these quests real quick. There's a few precursor quests we have to do to unlock everyone. That would make sense, Bob, right? Oh yeah, the stealth kills. Yeah, that feels weird too, right? Like Massman has like insanely fast stealth kills. It would help too if like some of them were actually quiet. A hero shooter? I mean, they did actually, Lex, they did actually say they want active abilities for the characters. So, I mean, if you squint your eyes, I cannot say you're wrong. You're technically correct that this is a hero shooter in that sense. It's an anti-shooter, I will say that too. It's anti-shooter, but Lex is not wrong though, I will say. We do have characters who operate as not heroes per se, but effectively heroes with their own, you know, perks and benefits and so on and so forth. So if you squint your eyes, you could say it. I have no idea why I'm 7. Please don't murder me. I hear grenade launchers and I'm terrified.
Trying to carefully extract the good stuff.
Grenade launcher. Oh, okay. Like I understand, Alex. It has pre-made characters essentially, but like there's skill trees you customize, right? And the skill trees are pretty like rudimentary for now, but they have like expressed the intent to like make the skill trees a bit more fleshed out in the future, at least with active abilities. So like they're pre-made, but they do have like, I guess, skill trees. But like right now the skill trees are in the sense of like, when you're level 25 prestige, you basically unlock everything. There's like not like a choice or an RPG sort of aspect to it, right? There are different models for the characters, but you don't really unlock those or change those out. They're just different variants you have when you die. So it's not really a like a customization system yet. Yeah, they've expressed the intent to like rework the skill trees or like add more to the skill trees, but like no idea when and where that will take place. Who just shot me? Why? Leave me alone. Yeah, like, so keep in mind too, for those unfamiliar, Fun Dog's an indie dev company, right? They're like 50 employees or less.
Wake me up in a year.
And like, that means you have very few people per department. And probably a lot of overlap too, right? Which means, yeah, there's always a give and take whenever they develop something, right? Yeah, I guess that's them, right? You respawn as your brother when you die, basically, or Claude. And it is interesting too, like they have expressed the, like, I don't think they're gonna maintain this, they might change this in the future. Like their early access page says they like want to be only in early access for like a year. I find that very hard to believe, but knowing like I love EA games, but I also know EA games like take a while. Wait. Why are we need one more water, don't we, for Grollo? Where Grollo? Oh, 11 days for water for him. Before we do the drone quest, I really do want more water. I mean, we could do it without the... So, when you unlock Grollo, you can start buying silencers, and silencers are very nice. But we probably just do need to kill some drones real quick. I'm pretty sure it's Mesa, but like there's an asterisk next to it. I do, yeah, the air makes you like, that's the Hunter conspiracy theory for sure. Like we're just clones. I like Mesa. A lot of the maps like lack a little bit of depth. Like they're for a lot of the maps, I would say they're 80% the way there, but they're lacking the minutia, the small little things that make the map feel like full, right? And so I love Ash and Mesa. What I think it's missing, hold on, is like one or two more indoor areas. Specifically being, I think the bunker system over at Bunker should have an actual like bunker beneath it you can go inside. Hold on, let me get my drone parts. Like, I love the aesthetic of Mesa. I think it's just a bit too light right now in points of interest. And like the biggest, so for those unfamiliar, Elephant Mausoleum used to be one map with mech trenches and Scrapyard Nexus. And they would connect, and you would like traverse that whole area was one map. Mech trenches, Scrapyard Nexus, Mausoleum. You can kind of still see the areas where you would connect all those three maps together. And for performance reasons, they had to go away with that. Which is understandable, right? When you have three large outdoor areas, it's hard to get the culling and the LOD perfectly right to give you good performance. Perfectly fair. Now, with indoor areas, it's pretty, I wouldn't say easy, but it's a lot easier than outdoor areas to properly call and like provide LOD, basically, just mainly just call though. That area outside of the map or outside of view when it's not currently being used. And so I think they can add a lot of depth to a lot of maps by doing large indoor areas that are separate but attached to the map, right? That they can properly kind of have culled out of the map when it's not being used. And so we have this giant bunker over here, right? That's like on top of this like hill, or like built up on top of this hill or on the side of this cliff, right? That you can only ever explore basically the top of, which is like, it looks cool, but once you go there, it's a bit underwhelming once you arrive, right? It's like, oh, there's a few bunkers that we can loot around, right? But like, all in all, there's not that much to do there. And like, that's a stark contrast, right? If we look at, you know, the crawler, we see this cool crawler over here, right? Hold on, let me loot this real quick. So we see this really cool crawler. Hey, Rat King. This really cool crawler over here, right? And that's something we can actually go to and explore the inside of. Like, that's really cool. It feels amazing, like ambiance wise. Like, oh, I see this cool thing over here off in the distance. Let's go explore it. And it's still pretty small inside, but it like meets the expectations, right? Rat King? Rat King? Let me I got you, Rat King. Don't you worry about it. I got you. No. Yeah, Rat King is friendly. Rat King is a bro. It's basically an AI plus a fungus. He's actually our deity, right? So eventually we can get an upgrade. It's time to leave. Those are guys with the grenade launchers. Don't wipe me. You don't see me. No, no. Oh yeah, Smoke. That's a thing too, right? In the sense of they're like not necessarily no go is a good idea too, right? But you need to, like, you know, properly translate that. Like if you go in this area, like having areas of the map that are not necessarily like you had to figure out ways of cheating in ambiance, like battles, without having it take up like the full performance of having an actual battle taking place, right? And so, like, that's ways that you need to figure out clever ways of basically having battles going on, but not really actually have battles going on. And like, you'll notice it too also. We'll actually go over here and showcase it a bit, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna showcase one real quickly. I wasn't gonna come over here to farm, but we're gonna show it real quick. Though this might be a bit too dangerous for me to actually do. We'll see. We'll get a gauge. So the interior of this crawler is an like a calling area. So what? Okay, we're not. That's a sign not to go in the crawler. That is a sign not to go into the crawler. I've never seen a more clear sign to not go into the crawler. See ya, Smoke. What? Yeah, bye, Smoke. We might be able to get the back way. We'll have to see. There's a back way, but like most characters can't get up it, I think. It's really janky. I can see that. I can see that Dark Star. Ooh, I need more of these actually. Hold on. Can I get you to fall to a spot where I can actually... Yeah, the Grin shotgunners, dude. They follow me really far away, too. Okay, let me see if I can come here real quick. It's usually... You can do it with a jump, but like most characters usually can't get up here, I think, with their base speed. Because I don't think we can mantle at all. Like, it's really hard for us to get up here without a jump. Don't ask questions. Not like this. Okay. I don't have enough bullets for you. Well, I kind of do, but... Okay, 1 second. So, the top side of this mech is a culling area, or like an LOD area. Essentially, when you're inside of or on top of this mech, most of the things on the map will not be spawned for performance reasons, right? Because naturally, if you're inside of this interior area, why render the things or even have the things outside spawned? But you'll notice if I just stop talking for a second, right? It's absolutely silent. When there's no units on the map actively fighting, there's no additional ambiance going on to make you feel like you're in a war zone. Yeah, hunter killers are an exception to the rule, but like, this is something that I think that's like not necessarily the biggest of problems, but something I would like to see addressed. Is it's even like multiplayer maps in Call of Duty back in the day had like out of map ambiance going on. There's gunfire going on, right? It wasn't like, you know, overwhelming, but there were pot shots going off and like occasional burst fire going on. Gas acid. It depends on the hunter killer. Generally speaking, if the hunter killer's alive, right, it will try to walk up the stairs and follow us. I have had instances, right, where a hunter killer will like walk up to us up here. But for the mechs, right, they'll just be around here usually trying to kill us. But yeah, like that's the big thing, right? Is like, considering we're in this giant city world zone that's like constantly fighting under warfare, there should be like almost like an endless drone of gunfire. Oh yeah, exactly, Hunter. This endless drone of gunfire off of the distance. The night maps being the exception, right? The night maps, the night variant maps, should be the weird exception, right, where everything's falling quiet and it's weird and it's unsettling because you're almost used to the comfort of constant explosions and gunfire and artillery going off in the background, that the night shift maps should be unsettling because of how quiet it is. Like, everything is dead and you are in this graveyard because of it, right? Like, the stark contrast between the day and the night variants having the amount of ambient sound will give you this kind of real cool feeling of how actually dead the night shifts feel. But yeah, our off-map artillery, you know, giant caliber guns going off, so on and so forth. Please don't hurt me. It's all of the ambiance. And like that's a big thing too, right? Like they don't need to render it off map or on map too, but like seeing sprites or seeing off in the distance, right? Like you can see like kind of the hillsides and other things off in the distance outside the map. If they just had like sprites there fighting or something like that, just stuff for like a little bit of extra ambiance here and there. Yeah, night ships are creepy, but like, if you had the extra feature too, right, of like these daytime variants having so much just ambient sound going on, like, take off your headset, mute me for a bit, turn off all of the ambient sound around you, and listen to the silence, and feel how unnerved you are. Just turn off all of the sound. Make it so that you can only hear the ringing in your ears. Not the tinnitus, just even just the ambient ringing in your ears. Because you will hear it when it's quiet long enough. You will hear how unnerving true silence is. Especially when you're used to the opposite. Alright, so we're not trying to fight these guys. Because I don't have the bullets to fight these guys, or the meds, really, to be honest. Alright. Nope, bye. Run! I'm sorry, please ignore me. Don't touch me. Stranger danger! Stranger danger! Ow! Ow! Not even close. Laser pointer, yeah. That's fair, Andre. Yeah, you have to work. Yeah, like I said, it's very hard to actually find silence nowadays. You have to go look for it. Oh, FaZe, yeah, for sure, FaZe. Like, I can understand why they want to keep it as real as possible, but like, that's usually the trick though with games, right? Is making it feel real while very much cheating in the background, right? The illusion of being real. All right, we are good. We have all of our quests now except for we don't have Yoruska. I wonder if we don't get Yoruska or Europa until we actually unlock Grollo, maybe. Oh boy, level 2. But I can understand the mentality or like the want to have it all in game, but like you kind of learn pretty quickly that, you know, performance is performance, right? Oh no, it's, yeah, you know, definitely, you know. Oh no, we didn't finish this quest yet. We gotta do this quest. Yeah, Australia's overrun. Australia's gone. Australia is still there, but everyone realizes that like emus, you cannot deal with them. They have won, I think, 2 wars already, the emus. So like you're just at this point, just they can have Australia. Just pray they don't develop boats or the ability to swim or fly. Forever Winter 2 it's just gonna be like the cinematic art for like Forever Winter 2 is just gonna be like a wave of like robotic emus who have learned how to fly, like blotting out the sun with their numbers. No, so part of the lore hunter is, so there's 3 factions. There's Europa, Yoruska, and Eurasia. Europa is Western Europe plus America, the North and South America. Euraska is like the Slavic states plus Africa, and then Eurasia is just like East Asia, right? You notice how no one said Australia yet, right? That's because Australia is not in one of the factions. So that means Australia is just off doing their own thing. And so the working theory that we have is that the population of Australia has lost. The emus have won. The wildlife of Australia, rather, has won. Through biomodifications, mutations from atomic bombs, and cybernetics, and evil AI, the wildlife of Australia has won. There are no longer people there. It is uninhabitable. It's probably like a beautiful land with lush forests and perfectly pristine, but the wildlife will murder you, so no one can go there. All right, let me get into a safe spot real quick before we look at these guys or gawk at these guys.
Just what I needed in my life. A reason.
Yeah, giant spiders, emus, crocodiles. Yeah, interestingly enough too, right? Like these guys, they look much more human than anything else, right? They look basically like they're like overgrown humans with a carapace. And they don't have any other guns other than their railgun, right? They're like their railgun AK. And they do actually have like a backpack and bodies in the back too. It looks like they like equip themselves, right? As opposed, like it looks like it's a giant human in a carapace. Yeah, little bodies in the back too.
Steel may be your only option.
Oh. Flying tanks are not a bug there, future. I think that's all the Merkabas are dead now. Probably. Alright, it's time to leave. We're mainly just here to deal with the time to fly quest real quick. Okay, so bear with me here, right? So we do have this one theory, right, that the emus have won. The second theory for Australia is it's literally just Mad Max. Like, nothing has changed, like, about Australia. It's literally just Mad Max. They're just doing their own thing, enjoying the little Mad Max side saga. They don't have mechs, they just have a bunch of cars and Mel Gibson. So, we're wiping our account consistently, Tim, because we're doing permadeath. You basically don't see this quest unless you have like a newer account. Staunch to Bleeding is a precursor quest that you only ever have to do once. Like poke with the bigger stick too is the same exact thing. There's a few different quests that are basically preludes to unlock other quests in the future. The one for Euraska is Staunch to Bleeding, and once you unlock it, right, you just do it once and it unlocks a bunch of quests for you. Same with Poke the Bear. Poke the Bear is the precursor quest for Eurasia. And once you do Poke the Bear, you only ever get it once, and after that you get the regular quest lines for Eurasia. Wait, FaZe, I'm not sure if I follow. What about Eurasia's buildings? I'm not sure if I follow. Oh yeah, like yeah. So night shift basically. For those unfamiliar, there's the day variant and the night variant of maps. We haven't seen a night variant yet this stream, but I'll show you when we get one. And during the night variants, right, things calm down, like bodies are collected and so on and so forth. It's like almost like they're resetting the area for the fight for the next day. But yeah, phase they allegedly, yeah. I don't think we see it in game yet, but I think it's like it's the lower rationalization on why nothing degrades past where it's currently at. So for example, right, it would be I think it's them trying to explain why, for example, on Scorched Enclave, as an example, why like those fortifications never seem to degrade after multiple runs, right? This means they're being repaired by AI. So I'm not sure if it's like, it's not really in game per se. Like we don't see it, but I think it's mainly just a lore justification on why the maps stay the same. And so for those unfamiliar too, like we don't know this to be a fact. It's just an educated guess if we go over to the regions map. And so, yeah, I'll do a few more little things real quick. So if we go over to the regions map real quick, it's this area is called, or at least the city that we're next to is called Los Angeles, which Los Angeles. It's safe to assume that we're in Los Angeles, like the future hellscape of Los Angeles. So that means we're West Side, US, which puts this into the like realm of Eurasia, or sorry, Europa. So like it would make sense for Europa to fix this ever so often daily, though it's a bit weird too. So keep in mind that we have the three factions, but we also have the AIs that are doing their own thing. And like it definitely feels like, sure, we have the like AIs who might be more affiliated with factions. But we also probably have more neutral AIs, right? AIs that are in charge of something and they don't care about the faction. They don't care about the semantics of it, right? It's just that this is their job. This is what they do. I'm an AI. I make things, right? And so I could easily see the case, right, for the buildings of these cities to not even be under the like umbrella of a faction. Just more of a constructor AI, right? It could be under like the Europa faction, right? But it can also just be the case of there is an AI factory nearby that builds constructors, and they just go out and do their thing. They don't care about the side of you know something, right? They just go in here and they repair whatever is broken, and you can kind of see that, right, a little bit to the extent with the flying cows. It almost feels like just like how you wouldn't notice something you see every day, right? You don't maybe always notice that construction's going on nearby. Like, so if it's on the road, sure, you notice it, right? But like if there's like a building being made nearby you, right? You don't always notice. It's just part of the background. And so it feels like there's a lot of things that the AI does in this game, or like, you know, the ambiance in this game, that the factions just disregard because that's just how things are. The trailer showed German chords. That's interesting. I mean, that's the only. It could be Europe. We could be in Europe too. The only clue that we have is Los Angeles, and that's Los Angeles, right? That very clear giveaway. Yeah, just random chords. Yeah, I could do that too, zombie. There's definitely a bunch of things that feel like they were like just asset store bought, basically. So the only I can go off of is City of Los Angeles, which is Los Angeles. And the weird thing is too, right? Okay, so Mesa, right? Mesa's right here, and same thing. Pixel Permadeath. So we have this kind of like crevasse or fissure right here, and I'm pretty sure this is the fissure that we see on Mesa, right? Like the one we just crossed over on Mesa when we were leaving. I feel like this is that, right? I could be easily be wrong. I feel like this is that fissure that we see on Mesa, which means, if you're unfamiliar, Europa spawns over here on this left side of Mesa and heads toward the city. And then you have Eruska and Eurasia, who defends in front of the city, fighting Europa. So that means Europa is pushing toward the city, which feels like they don't have control of the city, which is interesting, right? It seems like Europa's maybe retaking it or assaulting it. It could be the case, for example, because Los Angeles is near the coast. It could be that they came from the sea or came from the remnants of the sea, and you took control of the city, and Europa's trying to take it back, perhaps. You know, who knows? But like over here too, right? Scrapyard, Nexus, Mech trenches, Mausoleum. Like the trenches are firmly European, right? Mausoleum is mostly European, defending against, like, I guess over here, right? This area. And then Scrapyard Nexus is mainly like a fighting ground between all three factions. The battle lines are really weird. You kind of almost like have the battle lines are so weird. Yeah, it's really hard to like actually piece together what's going on, because we have like, hold on here. It's time for paint. Okay. All right, so we're gonna use blue for Europa. Hold on here. So brushes, blue, Europa. We're gonna do red for Eruska, and we'll do green for Eurasia. And so we very much like feel like we have a European force pushing from Mesa toward the city, and that we have both Eruska and Eurasian forces holding against it, right? And like kind of almost infers that at the very least that like this like downtown Los Angeles or Los Angeles is controlled by mainly those two factions, like around here and around here. And then we have Mech Trench, right? So Mech Trench and Mausoleum are mostly predominantly European controlled or European held, right? They're being assaulted constantly by, you know, we could say, for example, you know, it definitely feels like they're being assaulted. Maybe that could be the case. They're coming from the city too. Like maybe that's the case. But Scorched Enclave is also this weird like fighting area too. So it's just so weird. Like we have European forces all in this area. They're on Scorched Enclave, they're on Mausoleum, they're on Mech Trenches, but also so is all three factions. Like we have all three factions here. Now Mech Trench is weird. We have all three factions, but it's held by, yeah, it could be Events from the Frozen Swamp. Now, hold on here. What we're going to do, okay, let's continue playing the game. What we need to look out for is mainly this building. This building is in the skybox of a lot of different maps. So let's run a Scorched Enclave, let's run a Mausoleum. We can generally see this building from a lot of different maps. So let's do that. And we'll try to get a basis from there. Let's actually run a Mausoleum right now, actually, for that exact reason. Do I have Grillo yet? I don't. Do I have water? I do. FaZe, that's perfectly fair too. Yeah, FaZe. I'm not even like I said, I will definitely concede you that. There is, I will say, oh, that is a zombie great point. On Mesa, at the bunker, there's an American flag. Why it's there, who the hell knows? But there is an American flag at the bunker on Mesa. I totally forgot about that. All right, silencer, please. Attachments, muzzle. One of each, please. And now we can actually have a silencer again, which is so huge. Yeah, Pixel, exactly. Like that's what we're gonna. That building might give us a lot more clues on all different things. Is that building is like seen everywhere, and so maybe we can infer where forces are coming from it. Probably not. I would be surprised if they put that much thought into it, but we'll see. Heisenberg 5. Regions. Any quests for Mausoleum? Dash works. And Mausoleum entry point pipes is fine. And so, yeah, Europa is known to be on the back foot, but they're also assaulting different areas with their crawlers, the carriers, right? Like, for example, this push right here has crawlers and mechs backing it up, going toward the city, which is kind of weird, right? You think they would want to, like, maybe they're trying to cut off, like, if they're coming from the city, like, it could reinforce, right, that they're coming from the city because they're trying to, like, get a bridgehead here to, like, lock off this crevasse carrying or this crevasse over. And it's like, you know, they come over here, they take this, they knock these forces out, and then they cut this off and try to basically free up trenches and Mausoleum from assault. But like, so okay, so we're spawning at pipes right now. So let's go up and take a look. Yeah, no, yeah, that is correct. Yeah, that can be an American anywhere, to be honest. Just, you know, casually carrying around an American flag does not mean that they're in America. It could be literally anywhere. All right, so. Let us rise. All right, so this is Elephant Mausoleum. It can be both. It can be both. So this lines right here, you see those little concrete fortifications? That is Mech Trench. So like, if you theoretically go through the hangar here, there's a door that doesn't do it now because they partitioned it off, but that leads to Mech Trench. So like, we're looking down, basically, it kind of looks like they were coming from over here, right? But the building is right there, right? Here's the mountains. It's hard to geolocate us, because I think this building right here looks like this big building right here, right? If that was the case, though, it would have us... So if we're looking at Mausoleum this way, and it's off to our right, it looks like you know, we'll do Brown for our perspective. It looks like we're looking that way, right? And I guess this could be Mech Trench just being snaking around. This doesn't make a lot of sense. I feel like this region's map's inaccurate. I feel like this map doesn't work. If this building over here is the building that we're thinking it is, it does not work. What about these mountains over here though too? It looks like those mountains. I guess it could be no. Hey Kyle, I am more and more convinced that this region's map does not work currently. This region's map does not work. Hold on. All right. Sorry everyone, we're doing it. Let me break out the keyboard. So I play on a 60%. I love my 60%. It does not have the keys available for me to do this. This is officially turning. This is officially turning this permadeath run into a lore run. Gotta break out the big boy keyboard. I need all my keys. Okay. Time for fun stuff. And this is what you cannot do on a game with anti-cheat. Whee! Okay. We are now free. Free from our earthly bonds. All right. So yeah, we have this like, now naturally, I don't think they expect us to be able to do this, right? But like we have, I mean, this is all pretty mountainous, right? We have the mountains over there. Like this is the big building over here. Like this big building is like universal throughout a few different maps, and we see it on a bunch of different maps, but it's hard to exactly place because it doesn't make sense with the region map, right? So if we go over to here, like it looks like this. Actually, we'll say, hold on. Let's go over to Enclave. Because I will say, the one on Enclave I think does look a bit different. The one on Enclave has like tentacles coming out of it, I think. This might be a different building. This might not be the same one on Enclave, which would help out actually a lot. Hold on, let's just do a normal run now. I still have it available to do that if I need to, but also I can pause the game, but we're not gonna be doing that. I mean, we're here, might as well. I guess these are all drones, by the way, right, too? We have jet engines, but it would make sense though too, right, for these bombers to be like just all AI or all VI, and have this entire cargo space just be drones. Yeah, Dark Shred does remind me too. The one in Enclave does look different. Oh yeah, we're going to Scorched Enclave next. Now, weirdly enough, these things can still fly with massive damage. Yeah, these are not like subject to LOD. A few units are like that, right? Where they don't really have LOD modifiers. Hold on, is it over here too, by the way? I'm curious. Ignore that, that just does that thing. There's a weird little thing over here too, we might see eventually, but over now. Yeah, all these bombers are in very poor shape. Like I said, just look at Unreal 5 or Unreal Locker. I can't show this tool because this is behind a paywall, and it would be doing the person who developed this a massive disservice to like give this out for free because considering they developed it. So I won't be giving it out for free. But if you want their page, it's a Patreon page essentially for Unreal Engine Locker, and he does it for a lot of games, basically camera modes. It'd basically just be linking to a Patreon, essentially, who would actually give you a tutorial. But if you Google Unreal Engine Locker, you essentially can find this like immediately. But yeah, and I will say that too. Be careful. I'm going to tell you right now, this has to inject things into the game, which will trigger anti-cheats. So it works on some games. But like, if your game has multiplayer, do not do this to your game. You will get. I don't think he does it for games that have like actual anti-cheats, so keep that in mind. But like, be very, very careful when you start doing things that inject DLLs into your games, because you will start flagging anti-cheats. Sand. Nice. Yeah, no, I've definitely had those vibes before in urban environments, right? Where it's just like a bit kind of run down, and you're just like, ugh. Absolutely. But yeah, okay, I'm now convinced too, like that, yeah, definitely. The one on Scorched Enclave has like a growth over it almost, coming from the swamp, I think. We're already full. No, I hear the dog. I will take you. Nothing else. I still need a data cache. I haven't had one yet. Data cache? I need space. And we're good. Time to leave. Actually, let's kill some of your opens too while we're here, actually. We need 7 more, which is not a big ask. Alright, you do count. Awesome. Okay. I need my jumps. Sir? Where? Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot to like, actually equip my silencer too, which is not great, but. Hey, dog. No. Oh, like the actual, like, yeah. I usually don't get that involved with like min-maxing, but I did see that, yeah. Like the things you should loot or not loot. Like basically the credits per density, essentially. Yeah, for sure, it's a really nice list. All right, time to leave. Oh yeah, it's definitely good. It's also nice too for the developers also to like realize maybe they need to work on a bit. But yeah. So in regards to our map, I definitely think, yeah, the one here does not seem to be the same as the one from before. So like I don't think we can actually see this from where we're at. So considering we're definitely coming from that direction, right? It feels like, yeah, we're coming from here, but we cannot see this. Hold on. It's weird too, because Scorched Enclave is a very different vibe from Mausoleum for not being that far away on the map. Yeah, XP is the big item for sure. With the current like prestige mechanic also, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So right now if we go over to Consulate, right? Actually, we get to now, okay, because we complete this quest. But yeah, you need to do that quest to actually unlock these quests. And same with Staunch the Bleeding. You can get most of your quests off your Ruska, but a few quests will be behind Staunch the Bleeding. Yeah, like if we're, it could be too, right? Like they don't actually give us directions on this. Like it could be one of those weird maps also where this isn't north. But like, yeah, it feel like, you know, if we're looking at this, like the up area, right? This is Scorched Enclave. And like, so if we can see this from Scorched Enclave, it feels like we should be able to see it from Mausoleum, but let's just go confirm that real quick. We also do have on Scorched Enclave, like almost like a block of buildings too. Hold on. First things first, silencer please. We'll bring like 180. Actually, I should have a better rig now too, yeah. Can actually buy a large top slot. I don't, yeah, we can't get them yet, okay. So like, we'll bring like 120. And a few meds. And regions, Enclave, Entry Point, Cemetery. Oh, that comes on the top of the screen? Probably not. I never paid attention to it, but so that's a good point though. We should definitely triangulate that with the compass. I keep forgetting certain new elements exist. Like I just now recalled that there's actually a dodge in the game. After forgetting it again for the like 10th time. So yeah, I definitely forgot there's a compass too, but we can use that actually.
Oh, we should have chosen another exit.
Alright, so we have like these giant complexes, right? Hold on. Isn't there more to this though? Is like off in the distance somewhere, or this only it? So we have like a giant complex. Hold on, we can just make this pretty easy. Freedom! Up we go. Okay. So we have a giant complex here, which I guess this actually isn't the one on the map, right? Because this is like an actual like it actually goes deep, right? This is like an actual grid of buildings. If we look at it. Blanket, it's like an alt. I think it's like alt, and like, what's it again? Someone remind me what the keys are to actually dodge. It's like alt plus something, right? So this is actually not what we're seeing on the map here. Is there any indication of... Hold on. I don't think there might be, actually. Yeah, Scorched Enclave is just by itself, I guess. There's actually no out-of-map indication of where Scorched Enclave, actually, because this is definitely not this. This is one building by itself, though. Is it? Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, like these are like the giant like 3D printed buildings, right? That get repaired constantly. Is it alt? Oh yeah, it's control. Yeah, dodge control. Yeah. So this is the dodge. It does apparently help you get back into cover because like it's, if you notice, right, when we go to like walk to sprint, there's like a little bit of a build up to get us to full speed. The dodge key just gets you to full speed immediately. Yeah. So if we go back up. We do have... There are mountains around, right? But not too much, like, around here, right? There's mainly this hill, these hills off in the distance, with the crawlers. It definitely feels... With all of the... So there's 3 crawlers over here, 2 on the backside. Hold on, let's actually... UI's back. So the crawlers are coming from the west. The west and the south. So if we're assuming that like this is actually north up here, if we're saying that this is north, you know, east, west, south, if they're coming from, you know, west and then from the south, or actually is that west? That's actually west. Yeah, west and then south, right? They're kind of coming from this area over here, right? That actually kind of makes sense a bit. So you actually have this gigantic Europe in front here. So let's actually, let's wait for him to clear this. I can't recall. Can I delete all of you, please? No. Oh, Control Z, Control Z. Yes, go, 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 go. All right, that actually works. So it actually feels like that the European front is, come here you, paint. Like actually something like this. Something like this, it looks like. Like Scrapyard's in contention, right? But like if we're gonna have a front here, right? And they're not, and the big thing here too, right? There's currently no European forces in Cemetery. It's only, there's an exo there, but it's like a rusted exo, giving a sense that it's really old. And there's cultists, right? And the cultists aren't actually Europeans. They have European skins, but they're not Europeans. So it could be, okay, let's theoretically say that this is Los Angeles and that this is the Pacific Ocean. And let's say that this war's been going on for a long time. And imagine this, right? Imagine if Europa was controlled Los Angeles, say like 20, 30 years ago. And then, you know, we had the Euruscan, we'll just say combined forces of Euruscan. We'll just do red. You know, these are both red together because they're the same faction. Thanks for the Falcon. So we have this instance, right, where forever ago, let's say like 20, 30 years ago, because it's the Forever War, right? The war doesn't end. We have Eurusca and Eurasia push across the ocean, or the remnants of the ocean, right? Because it could be dried up. And then they took the city of Los Angeles, or Los Angeles. And there was a retainer force here, right, of Europans who got pushed underground. And eventually that would turn into like survivors and the cult, right? Imagine, for example, the old man used to live in the city forever ago, like back before it got invaded. And he was also pushed underground, but instead of becoming a cultist, he became a scavenger. And so you have like the remnants of the European forces that were the garrison of the city become basically the cult that we see in the cemetery. And then, you know, we'll say like, for example, the Ruskins and Eurasians push out to like even passes, like they may say they take all of this, right? But like, you know, we're currently at the middle ground, right? You know, Europa took some, Eurasia took some. And, you know, we now have this kind of stalemate, right? Where we have the clear kind of European line here. We have the clear kind of, you know, what they have currently for Eurasia and Eurasia. And then we have this kind of middle ground where everything's like tumultuous, right? This kind of this front line. So like so far we have Mesa, that's a battleground, right? You know, we have this giant battle between, you know, Eurasia and Eurasia here, or sorry, Europa and Eurasia here, and all of them. Scrapyard is mainly in the hands of these guys over here, but some of the variants of this map will actually have Europa and Eurasia fighting here, and also Eurasia fighting there. So this map's kind of a battleground, but more infantry. Mech Trench is mainly held by Europa, but does have, you know, fights from mainly Eurasia, but sometimes occasionally Eurasia. Mausoleum. Now, Mausoleum is weird. Now, if we're judging this map to be accurate, there's definitely a lot of fights going on, like from like over here on to Mesa Mausoleum. So that kind of makes sense, I guess. There's also fights over here too, though. If we're assuming like, I guess this hill up here is the pipes, I guess this makes sense a little bit too, right? But it's weird also. This doesn't line up perfectly, right? Because I'm going to make sure I'm get next perfectly to it. Yeah, the only area that's really weird in this map is the center area. Yeah, Darkstar, this could be a fault line too. Like it makes sense, right, for there to be deep kind of cuts into the like the ground here, considering the fault lines. Maybe Red Witch, yeah. But yeah, okay, interesting so far. So I think this is like not necessarily 100% accurate, but like this is what I currently have mentally going on in my head. Like we have no man's land basically, and then we have the clear lines of Europa versus like their control. I definitely do think they have full control of the city. And it'll be interesting to go inside the city and see if that's confirmed or not. And we kind of do see that though with the underground cemetery though, right? We see a lot of bodies. Like imagine too, for example, right? If like the Europa garrison had to like go into the sewers to survive, and they resorted to like cannibalism stuff and like that. Yeah, it's him. It's him. If you're ever familiar, right? It feels like the meme with Charlie Day in front of the conspiracy board. Yeah, why not? Oh, so zombie. The biggest thing is that they actually have the same skin. Okay, next map's gonna be cemetery. So cultists, actually have the same weaponry as Europans, and very similar skins too. They're much more Rider-esque, I will say. Actually, they are much more Rider-esque. But hold on, the biggest thing, like the biggest thing, is they use the Scar. They use conventional weaponry for the Europa faction. Yeah, you are right. They're closer to the Erskine Rider, actually. But they do what's it called? Use scars and a bunch of weaponry. And like I will make this work to my theory so far, but like imagine this, right? Imagine you're a bunch of Europans, you got pushed down to the sewers and you're trying to survive. I feel like one of the units that you would have as your Ruska to help flush them out would be riders, right? Riders on top of their mounts, their drone mounts. And so like that would be very common salvage for them, is the like rider outfits. Yeah, exactly, right? I could see like your Ruskin riders. So if you're unfamiliar right now, your Ruskin riders don't currently do it, but they're supposed to eventually ride on the back of Eurasian drones. Yeah, that skull quest is weird. I would love to see an orca back in the sewers. That'd be dope.
Hey, I live for this. Please, give me time. Well, we're still here. Let's count for something.
All right. To the cemetery. Now, unfortunately, we won't see cultists on the cemetery unless we get the variant, but we will see. I would love for that zombie. Now, naturally, don't call it Shrek, but like make it appear like Shrek, like a green, like muddy ogre mech that does look like an ogre. That would be cool. Now, don't call it Shrek, but basically allude to the fact that it's Shrek. 545. Let's bring like 180 rounds. Not much. And we definitely need our attack cam for this, for the dog. I think they'll be doing one eventually, right, Tim? Because like that was their original concept, was doing an art book. Wait, actually, hold on while we're here. But yeah, so since we're down in the sewers right now, right? Like, imagine like if you're a Ruska, right, and you're trying to chase your opens down into the sewers here, it definitely feels like your go-to unit would be the Rider. Like, you know, basically cavalry that can fly on top of drones and able to, like, you know, clear out these tunnels very easily. I could also see that just, like, basically just them just, like, throwing a bunch of the cyborgs down here, too. But it does seem they much prefer using cyborgs on the surface where they can recycle them as opposed to like losing them down in the sewers. Alright.
I don't have a good feeling.
So we didn't get the variant, which is very unfortunate. So as you can see here, right, if you're unfamiliar, like most units aren't spawning here right now. Units will only spawn when we get close enough to them. The dog will spawn pretty quickly though, but not immediately. The boom boxes. Daniel, I will. I don't like this. I don't know. Bad Fido. Why are all the doors broken? Why are all the doors broken?
All signs point to death here.
Why are all the doors broken? Alright, we're probably saved out here. You notice how it's... You guys notice too how it says undetected right now? We still have the quest. We technically are still undetected. Alright, we're good. We're fine for now. The dog can't usually get into here. It has serious pathing issues through doors. Well, yeah, like this area, right? It looks like a place where like a cult come by and just like put up home. Dude, it would be terrifying if they mod in the ability to like, or not mod in, but add the ability for like dogs to break down doors. It does make sense though. Like I would love to see like an Orgamech just go Kool-Aid Man through a door. I'm here to free you all. I'm not even sure if it should have HP or not. I just like have certain units that can actually break through the door. Is that not for you guys? I guess they're still escaping. There they go. Yeah, so there's a giant head in the center right here. What the? I've never seen them drop before like that. I guess they have the tac cam. I keep forgetting. So by the way, remember, like unlike I do, the tac cam does make noise when you use it. So if they're close by, they will hear the tac cam and come investigate. But I always forget. Well, at least they're dead now. Makes this a bit easier. All right. But yeah, so in the center of this room is a giant 3D printed head. You can kind of like see the printing marks on the side, right? That's attempting to smile, but it's not finished yet. Yeah, the tac cam does make noise. So like when you zoom in the tac cam, that does make noise, so nearby units will hear you. Unfortunately though, we have this giant horn here, or this giant bell that we cannot ring. It's very sad. It kind of makes me think too that like they would ring the bell for the dinner time for the dog, or I guess the cat at this point. The pet. We'll just call it the pet now. Also, cool thing too, like all the items here have physics. Chair physics. We can push the chair. Next gen. I think the skulls too, right? Yeah, the skulls. Goodbye, skull. Yeah, the worshippers too. Like they've like literally mummified from worshiping the statue. Will you chill out? It would be really freaking funny, right? Imagine if the cultists lured you into here and the boomboxes started playing and you just started hearing like running coming toward you from the dog. It's a trap. Oh man, that should definitely be a quest line, by the way. Like maybe like a one and done quest line. It would be so surprising the first time you do it. It'd be so fucking funny. Like you do a quest where like one of the quest givers is trying to like sacrifice you to the cult. They don't tell you that naturally, right? But they bring you into here. You're supposed to like do something. You come and ring the bell. The doors shut, and you start hearing the music start playing, and you start hearing like the dog approaching and beating in the doors. Oh no. Anyway. Also, tons of graffiti here. Gray milk, whoop, whoop. Murta. Goat. Pepper. This is a recipe? Lamp. Yeah, it definitely feels like some Europeans got trapped down here and lost their fucking minds. Though to be fair, it's probably like a toxic environment right down here, right? Like probably like instant lead poisoning. Lead. Triangle. Can't read half this shit. Hold on, let's see if we can get a better angle. Hold on. How are you? Can we get a better angle? Ray, Milk, Whoop, CHK, Comder, Pestle. I wonder if these are different languages, right? Because I know Europa has a different factions in it. It's not just like, you know, North America. It's actually different things too. I don't know what that MA Masters. Someone lost their freaking mind. Someone's on bath salts down here. And then, like, that looks like, what's it called? That definitely looks like Toothy, or not Toothy, but the Rat King. Oh, hey friend. Yeah, it's the Riders. Oh, we're in the back actually and get a cult member. That good old fancy red ice cream code.
Well, we're still here. Let's count for something.
We're gonna run it back too. I want to see some cultists actually. We're going to run it back. I want to see cultists. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, we're gonna get a good view of the cultists whenever we get the map. I feel like we're overdue for a variant too, to be honest. We haven't seen a variant yet.
Has our luck run out?
I thought they said they fixed this. Okay, they kind of did. Okay. I can't watch the terror. I mean, the dog, you can like, the dog is a horror, but it's not unbeatable. Run, Forrest, run. Okay, one broken. I'm actually okay with this door being broken. I'm actually really okay with that. All right, we're good. We have skill past the jog. I actually kind of wish the dog performed more like an alien, to be honest. It's not alien enough. Yeah, but I don't really want to piss him off in the first place. He has a knack for never losing aggro once you do that. Is there really no one in here? Really? Huh. Okay, cool. I'll take it. Maybe they only spawn with the quest for people, I guess? Hey, Schizo. I guess I'll take some water, because why not? All right, we're full. The downside of attack cam with a 1-slot rig. Breakable doors. I think the biggest thing too. I actually cover a lot of things in my video about the grabber, about things they could do, but like, there's a lot of different things. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. But like, one thing would be like, the grabber should just have full reign of the map. The weird inconsistencies of how the grabber currently pass makes learning how the dog operates for newer players very confusing. And so, even though it would be like horrifying at first, having the dog have free reign would add inconsistency. At the same time, I don't think the dog should one-shot. I think the dog should have a grab that is terrifying, but I don't think it should one-shot currently. Oh, for sure, phase. Yeah, a lot of the units will just despawn as opposed to stuff like that, for sure. Alright, so I need more comms. Now, unfortunately, we did have to leave the area where there's a lot of comms at. There's like 2 over here, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, by the way, we're running this map until we get the variant, so get used to it. I want to see the cultists up close. I'm sure you want to see the cultists up close, too. Yeah, the new dog will do that. The new dog will just, you know, smack you upside the head a bit. Alright, there's usually about 2 over here. But these guys are in the way. Probably should leave, to be honest. I mainly just want to get the cultist variant first. Alright, it's very important I don't scan here. If I scan, I die. Actually, is officer in front? Yeah, officer's actually just a female. We're good. No grenade launcher. So the officers, if they're the male variant with a ton of armor, they always have a grenade launcher. Yeah, so the way I kind of, I'm not sure if this is good or not yet. Like, naturally needs testing and see if it's good or not. But like, said, these are just theories or ideas. But like, the grabber actually grabbing you and acting like as like a quick time event, where it smacks you into the ground, dealing ticks of damage every second or so, would be like apt. I feel like gives you some counterplay to shoot the dog, helps your friend shoot the dog. Okay, we're good here. But like, if I don't think it should one-shot you, but it should be terrifying. Wait, what, Quinto? What? Unending happy birthday. Oh, I understand now. Okay, got it. It's your happy birthday. Everyone call Quinto quick. Shower Herb birthday gifts. All right, and do that. Actually, let's not take this quest. It does seem like this quest will spawn those units in the center. A lot of water though, 3 days of water, my god. Attack cam. And some ammo, not much though. Thanks, Quinto, I appreciate it. And give that man some likes. It's his birthday, for God's sake. Alright. Pray for the variant. The sooner we get the variant, the sooner we're free from cemetery. Hey, 47. We are trying to get the variant of cemetery while also doing permadeath. The things I want to see. God, man, so unlucky.
Wake up, rinse and repeat. Stay alive.
Give me. I think they said they fixed you. This look kind of janky. I cannot grab you. Okay. Oh, dog's really down far down there. Okay, that works. Cemetery does have a variant, yeah. There's a variant where the lights are mostly off, and it will spawn cultists mainly instead of Eruskans. Alright. Yeah, they don't like us sprinting, so time to hide. Yeah, I guess it seems like the only time they spawn the center area is when you actually have the Free People quest. Maybe the cultists will spawn up here, but it seems like so far, like once you get into here, it's free loot if you don't have that quest. Alright, is the logbook in here though? It is. So the logbook has 3 different spawns I know of so far. There seems to either be a 4th or there's a chance it doesn't spawn. It can spawn here, or next to these little 2 metal things. It can spawn here, which it has. And if I can grab you, please. Damn. Damn. There we go. And it can spawn all the way over there. Oh yeah, it's actually at the very entrance. Yeah, it's very cool. And this one has got, it's got a little freaking, the fact that it doesn't work yet, this doesn't work yet, makes me very sad. I would love to just like lock all the doors and piss off dog by just constantly like hammering down the bell. We're full, right? Yeah, we're full. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Alright, let's slow it down a bit. Why is there no one over here? There's usually always people over here. It's very weird. Up we go.
Remember, we're already dead.
Yeah, interesting comment there, 47. Yeah, mainly because, yeah, they have said in their early access page they're only hoping to be in early access for a year, which I think is too short. Not because, like, historically speaking, most early access games are in early access for about 2 to 3 years. Like Subnautica, for example, was I think like almost 3 years on the spot. Or maybe it was a little bit over 3 years when it came out. And it needed that time for sure too, to actually do well. So it's interesting. Yeah, and it's a small indie company too, right? So like, and I will say this too, out of all of the genres of games, if any genre could do it, I could expect this game to do it, or this genre to do it, because it's so modular in regards to its design. Like, there a lot of spots are not interconnected, right? It's a bunch of small things brought together by like paths. It's not like a game like Subnautica where everything needs to like be in the same area working together fluidly without loading screens. This game is detached a bit, right? Where like all of these maps are connected, but only in a very meta sense, right? They're not like literally connected. So I played through Stalker, the original, like a weekend or 2 ago. I do plan on playing Stalker on release day. I'm hoping the optimizations, I heard the optimizations aren't great right now, but we'll see how it runs. I'll make it work. It will work. But yeah, I do plan on doing Stalker 2 like the day it comes out. Because I love Stalker, and I'm going to play the fuck out of that game. Well, Tim, that's interesting, right, too, right? So, like, yeah, that's the biggest thing with Darkstorm I just mentioned, right? Is that while you have, like, the interactive environment of PvP to keep games fresh, you also do have mod scenes to keep more PvE games fresh, right? Like, for example, right, Baldur's Gate 3, there is almost no reason BG3 should be doing still as well as it's doing, but it's basically just because of mods, right? They have full mod support. Like, you can now customize the game the way you want. You can add new content, so on and so forth. Yeah, I do hope if they ever like get to the end of development for this game on their side, they do go out of their way to add in the ability to like make modding a bit easier. You can do it right now, but it's kind of a hassle. So I just do hope they add in the ability to mod the game a bit easier in the future. Because that basically is the longevity of the game, right? Like, you know, developers always will eventually move on. It doesn't have mod tools, but because it's Unreal Engine 5, and like you could unpack, like they don't do, like the files are encrypted, but like it's not, they don't go out of their way to try and make unpacking the game a real bitch. They just do the very basic level encryption. They don't make it actively hard for you, which is nice. I'm not even sure if I would like have a particular mod in mind, Darkstar. It's just like the ability for like players to revision the game in like a more niche that they wanted, right? Or for example, right, the biggest thing too is you have like the baseline game. If people want it harder, they can make it harder. If people want to make it easier, they can make it easier. The ability to hand tailor the difficulty and the experience to yourself is always really nice. It's why I like Tarkov so much, the SPT Tarkov, because I can actually tailor it exactly how I want. Yeah, there's no reason for this game to have anti-cheat. And like, you could like, now hopefully there won't be any bad actors, right? The game is peer-to-peer, and naturally you can kick people who are cheating in the game. I'm just hoping they don't like do something that's malicious. Like, if you're unfamiliar, Dark Souls 1 had the issue, right? Or I think Dark Souls as a series an issue, right? Where the multiplayer aspect was pretty light in it, but malicious people in the multiplayer environment could basically fuck with your machine, essentially, or fuck with your computer very, very much by, you know, hacking. So I'm just hoping that, like, we don't have bad actors here, and hopefully, like, nothing can come of that from the peer-to-peer. Because that might ruin it, but we'll see. Because that's basically the use case or the reason why you might have anti-cheat and stuff like that in a strictly PvE game that has multiplayer. But yeah, thankfully we don't have it right now, and we hopefully don't need it ever. Because it does, like, you know, for example, I can't do this if there's an anti-cheat. I can't get really cool ambient shots of maps like I'm currently doing right now with an anti-cheat, because it will see me injecting code into the game and get very upset very quickly, understandably so. Because this is not like a tool, right? This is basically just a camera tool. It's not trying to hide its presence from the game. It's just, you know, injecting some code to allow me to get camera. And you can't do that with an anti-cheat, because it flags you immediately, basically. Oh yeah, Mountain Blade's like a great example, right? Of like the base game just being a generic game, but like the fact that you can tailor the game exactly how you want. Okay, we're gonna give it one more shot at this. I'm praying to get the variant. I feel like I get the variant pretty often here too, but we're gonna give this map one more shot to give me the variant. They easily could, yeah. For example, what we have access to, yeah, I could easily see them adding a photo mode in. And I'm sure photo mode's super requested though also. I would not be surprised to eventually see a photo mode. Well, Mother is weird too, right? Like, Mother is scary, but like, Mother isn't supposed to be like this giant, like, unit that's supposed to try to kill you. Like, she is really just a scavenger. She is there to collect loot and then basically leave, right? Like, her one shot is only if you, like, go out of your way to piss her off, right? It's generally speaking, like, you have to be pretty egregious to actually get a Mother to, like, kill you. You sprint faster than them, basically, and, like, you can cover distance pretty well, and they don't path very well through terrain either, so... And it makes sense, right? Like, as long as you're not directly threatening them, or I guess their immediate vicinity, it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to, like, go after you. Because they're scavenge. They don't, you know, if you're an opportunity for some free organs, they'll take it, but, like, they're not going to chase you down for, like, one set of organs. They got plenty of organs to go through. The mites for Toothy would be very scary. Or just, like, I can see that too, right? For being like a rationalization for despawning units. Like, they do that with a few things, right? Justifying game items with lore. And damn, we didn't get it. Oh well. It would be really cool, for example, to, like, mites or other units like mites, for example, like, or, like, you know, sure, Toothy might have a bunch of mites, or think of it this way: mites on a map might signal that Toothy is on the map. So when you see mites, it means that Toothy is somewhere on the map doing Toothy stuff. Doesn't mean he's attacking you currently, but it just means that he's currently on the map present. And, like, oh, I see mites, it means there's a Toothy, I need to be careful. But the big thing is too, right, is you can use things like mites or, like, things like nanobots or something along those effects to basically justify units despawning after they die. So say, for example, kind of like and what's it called, Death Stranding, right? When units die, they get, like, occasionally get sucked up into, like, the mud or whatever it's called. I'm very bad on lore with Death Stranding, so forgive me. But, like, the cinematics, right, for Death Stranding, they get sucked up into the ground or something like that. Sort of like that, like a gameplay mechanic to actually justify or lore, kind of ground in the lore why units despawn. And so, like, on these battlefields, right, you have mothers coming later, but, you know, say, for example, you might occasionally have units that biodegrade or quickly scavenge bodies off the map and technically, like, despawn them by removing them. Say, for example, right, the mites buried underground, and, like, you might see a little effect where, like, a mite little, like, you know, after seeing a corpse, comes out of the ground, grabs the corpse and drags the corpse into the sand. Stuff like that. Yeah, basically, like robot cockroaches or nanobots or something like that. Basically things that, like, are sole purpose is to recycle, right? And it could be cool too, right? Like, okay, bear with me here. Hold on, let me get free of the dog first. Run, run. Worth. I'm free. Okay, let me just shelf these guys up here. So Toothy can't get to me anymore, so I can talk now. I made this point in my video about the grabber. There's, even if they do, like, if they want to make this map the horror element of the game, there's a certain degree of monotony that comes with only having the grabber being the threat on the map. And so, like, I would very much like to see if they were to lean into this map being the horror. Why are you coming this way? Why are you coming this way? Why are you coming this way? Don't make me kill you. Did he just slap me through the fucking wall? Okay, what does it me? That just did so much damage to me. We got a headshot, I guess. But okay. So going back to my point, so I can actually talk a bit. There's a certain degree of monotony that comes with basically only having one unit and one, like, so Alien Isolation does it this way, right? You have the scary alien, right? But the way you change up the monotony of the alien is, well, one, you only have it in a few different areas, right? Like, you know, there's a ton of dead spots in Alien Isolation, right? Where the alien isn't really a threat. And you might still hear it occasionally, but it's not an immediate threat. And the game usually does a very good job of telling you, hey, by the way, the aliens in this area, you need to tidy up your ship and be careful. So the first thing Alien Isolation does is it does it few and far between. It gets more, you know, chaotic in the end. I won't tell spoilers in case you want to play the game later, but essentially throughout Alien Isolation, you aren't, the only threat isn't the alien, and it's not always omnipresent. The other thing is, too, the environments are constantly changing in different ways and different maps, so that even when you are... Can I please loot and talk for a bit? When you are having to deal with the alien, it's a different environment with different tools you unlock and so on and so forth. The problem with this map currently, right, is it's only ever the alien, or the dog, in the same exact environment. And so they need to break up that monotony somehow. And generally speaking, I think the variance of the map, and if this was to be the horror variant, right, it needs to be... Are you fucking kidding me? Is my mic on in game? Can they just hear me? I have never seen so many units like break patrol patterns just to come to me. Anyway, my god. If this was to be the horror variant of the map, or of the game, right? Like this is like the horror, like the survival horror map of the game. I would like for them to like lean into different enemies being that survivor horror element, right? Not just the dog, like ogre mechs and or ogre mechs and so on and so forth. Going back to that though, previous point, the little mites that collected by a scrap 2. I would love to see a lot more neutral or AI faction nanobots or robots or so, if like, or machinations, right? I would love to see, like, imagine this. Imagine if the grabber was still grabbing. Imagine if, right, for example, you had an ecosystem almost like Horizon Zero Dawn of robots or nanobots or different, like, kind of living machines, if you will, that had their programming to do certain things in regards to the maintenance of the area. And it would be grounded in lore, right? So, for example, right, like, you know, the constructor bots, right, come back and repair maps after the maps are done, right? Insectoid bots, yeah, Dark Star. And how cool it would be, for example, for, like, one of the variants of this map to be, like, the nighttime variant, where there's a bunch of, like, insectoid bots moving about and repairing the map, if you will, or just doing stuff to the map, or, like, salvaging or scavenging and so on and so forth. And they're just like Mother Courages, right? They do not care if you're living or dead. They're here to do their job. And so, like, you have a different kind of fight entirely, right? Where you're, like, avoiding the swarm, if you will. Or, like, you're holding back the swarm. Or you can lean to different things. So, like, you know, imagine, like... Or, for example, imagine, like, instead of that, you would have, like, Left 4 Dead in the sewers. Like, imagine, for example, I could easily see Eurasia using mass cyborgs as ways to clear sewers. And so imagine on this map, if you had a bunch of cyborgs roaming about, if you aggro the cyborgs, it, like, turns into Left 4 Dead. Stuff like that, right? Breaking up the monotony with different kind of subgenres within survival horror. Logbook in here? Okay, that's over there. Logbook. It is, and it's one of the like, I love that area, right? I think it's a bit overdone there, but like, it's a cool concept to start with, and I do like think one of the coolest things, right, is go into the crawler on Mesa. You know, let me loot you, please. Oh, I'm at capacity, duh. Why do you waste stuff? There we go. Go to the crawler on Mesa and turn off your UI. The cyborgs are so much freaking scarier when with minimal UI. You can kind of just like see their blue eyes out of the darkness of the map. Yeah, that's basically Order Mech, right? Like, just more stuff like that. Like, literally, it could be anything. It just needs to be something else other than just, like, the base, like, dog, right? Alright, so that's an officer with a grenade launcher. We do not want to fight these guys if we can help it. How did I aggro, you idiots? I feel like this game is trying to kill me now, like actively trying to kill me. Let me just do this. Goodbye. If I don't have it, I can't make noise with it, right? So that works? Well, it's a unique dog, but the night shift maps now all have the exact same variant of the dog that will one-shot you under 2K. So it's like, it's kind of, it also zombie. It very much feels like, too, the new AI for the dog feels very much like a point one, like a very rudimentary version of a reworked AI system for HKs. And like, in that, I do think it functions a lot better. Like, if you remove the fact that the dog... Okay, think of this. If you remove the... If you go back to how dog functioned before, if it had perfect pathing, like the dog didn't get stuck on pathing issues, and it didn't one-shot you, it was back to this old system, right? The dog with the new, like, investigation / aggro system feels so much more immersive than what it was before with the little diamond above its head, right? I much prefer how the dog currently functions on the map as opposed to the previous situations, right? Or the situations, right? I would much rather have all of the HKs have that kind of system as opposed to the one they have now. The thing that makes it oppressive is the one-shot. Now, they did fix it a bit. It doesn't do the thing, right? It doesn't basically one-shot you from across the map anymore. It has to run to you now and then one-shot you, so it can't, like, get you through walls anymore. It can't do it from across the map or across the room. They have fixed that element of it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I also think, too, Pixel, like, the EXO is too easy, and it mainly comes down to, like, the unit moving too clunkily through the map, I think. Like, considering... So, look at the medium mech, and then look at the EXO. So, like, go play a map with an EXO, and then go play a map with a medium mech, or try to get the medium mech to spawn, and... Considering how small the EXO is in comparison to the medium mech is basically more agile than it, which is really weird, right? I guess you could have more, it could be a power thing because the EXO doesn't have a lot of power to it. Because it's much smaller, but it feels weird how you have a smaller, more inline system with the pilot. And it honestly feels a bit worse though, right? We're gonna do a Mesa. If I can find quests for Mesa though. The EXO is 4 shots with the The EXO is basically 4 shots with the grenade launcher. Yeah, there's a very dark star, 100%. Like if you look at the EXO trailer, the EXO actually has a bit of agility to it. The EXO right now looks more of like an exosuit from Alien. Like remember that like hydraulic? You remember Aliens, right? Aliens, like they have the little yellow giant exosuit there for like cargo. The animations of it look much more like that than it does in the trailer. It looks like a very early EXO for construction or for like hauling big shit, right? Not like an agile fighter. We'll bring like 240 and meds. It would, right? But like, see you, Mel. Just let me vibe. No zombie. That's probably it. Like that's like. It's the reoccurring issue, right? Like, it's more than likely not just a lack of animators or the fact that, like, good animations, a lot of good animations take time. And when you have a lot of different units, it takes a lot of time. Like, it's easy to not notice, but, like, yeah, animation takes a long while to do, especially if you're starting from scratch, right? And, like, it's weird because you can't really a lot of the units in the game right now, you can't really repurpose animations from, right? Like, the European infantry, yeah, you can reuse a lot of their animations, which is super nice, but like make little small changes to their animations, right, to make them work. But for like the EXO, the Mech, some other courages, the drones, like you can see, right, it takes a lot of effort for animators, like it takes a lot of work for animations to actually go through and be looking good. Hold on, we can actually look at this too. How are you? Find some safety. What hit me? That's the drone. So, yeah, we can just see here. We are kind of far away. So, like, this does have LOD to it. Let's get a bit closer, actually. This is LOD. So this is level of detail. The animations pretty quickly, like when you're not too far away, but you are far away, quickly degrade also. For performance, probably. But hold on, let's get to a safe spot. Fire hurt. There we go. Okay, so we're pretty safe here. Like nothing can get, they can shoot us up here eventually, but they would have to see us first. But yeah, like it really looks like, if we look at the EXO here, in comparison to the trailer, it's little tippy taps. It like moves very slow, and like it honestly felt like it had some melee capabilities. Like it basically pulled open the tank, right, in that trailer, and so it doesn't move very quickly, and it has like probably, it has its ground slam, and naturally, thank you for doing that, by the way, perfectly in sync. It's very hard to sync up animations between units, but like still, I feel like it should move a lot faster than this. It also has like hands too, right? It's 20mm or 40mm, whatever, it's 35mm. It's underslung between its hand. So like, if you look at Elephant Mausoleum in the hangar has a rack for guns, which are too small for mechs. So it has to be for these EXOs. So there's like, yeah, there's a lot of like can be done here, right? It's a camera mod, yeah, it's a camera mod, not, well, it's more like a hack, but yeah. Essentially, I'm unlocking a developer camera. But yeah, and like the EXO, right? It makes sense for it to be like destroyable with like sustained 40mm grenade damage, but like it should be much more agile in nature, I feel like. that's still a reason to have an exo, because it gives you the dexterity of like human limbs, right? But amplified. Oh, ballistic shield would be fucking dope. 100%. But I hear at least, I think, some mechs. But yeah, compare this to like these guys over here, right? Who actually like seem to move with some degree of agility. Like, it's still pretty clunky, right? But like in comparison to the Exo, these mechs move so much smoother than the Exo. It did briefly change there, correct, in combat. Like, these mechs have, like, sure, they're clunky, right? They have some weight to them, but they actually have, like, some speed and ability to move about the map. The Exo seems to be very constrained, right? Yep. Yeah, 100%. And it could just be a placeholder, right, too? Like, it's very placeholdery, which makes sense, right? And, like, that's the thing, too, right? When you don't have a lot of overlap in your animations, right? It's so much extra work starting from scratch over and over again. And developing movesets for entire units with only a small animator team, I imagine. I still need a picture game. Oh, for sure, Quinto. And I will say too, like, one of the biggest things I noticed out of, like, when I've been following this game for a long while, but like the cinematics that came out, like the gameplay, like what, in like earlier this year, they showed off. The first thing I said to my friend was like, you know, the game looks cool, but the animations are real rough. Literally the first thing I said to him. It's like, the art looks cool, everything looks cool. No, I may not. This is permadeath. I'm not killing myself again today. We're choosing life today. At least for now. But yeah. The animations have always been a bit rough easily in this game. They've gotten better, but like, first critique I ever made of like the gameplay video, I was talking to my friend, is like, the game looks really cool, but the animation's bad. Maybe I have no idea, yeah. The only time I messed around with game development was on what's it called? Why am I literally blanking right now? Unity. Yeah, the only time I messed around with game development was in Unity, so I am like totally unfamiliar with Unreal Engine 5 in regards to game development. I don't think I'm old enough to actually make Baldur's Gate 1. Baldur's Gate 1 is a very old game. Would have been like a child by then. That is true, Pixel. Yeah, it's all the same head. But yeah, hold on. You know, for those unfamiliar, America. Now, it doesn't mean that we're in America. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're in America. Uh-oh. But, like, City of Lost Angels, American flag, a fault line, an urban hellscape. It kind of does make it feel like Los Angeles. But it could be something else, though, too. Just with America around. There's also this, like, hold on, what is this flag to? We're gonna pause just so I don't get murdered. What is this flag? Is this flag backwards? Hold on. Oh, is this in Los Angeles? Hold on. Mostly, it's all NATO origin, yeah, zombie. It's all like, yeah, NATO weaponry. Yeah, hold on, we're gonna get a little bit closer. Alright, should be safe up here. Famous last words. I don't want to pause the game if I can help it, so I can actually see what it says when it sways in the wind. It says lost something. The city, it says, I think the city is something, right? Hold on, let's actually pause. Something city? Though there's a dash there though too. It's not a Y, it's a dash. Like it's like an Meg City? Maybe it says Meg City. Megsit, like Megsit, so Megsit something. So like they've rebranded areas as megacities, I guess, maybe. Well, there's a few more flags around too. I wonder if they're probably the same exact flags though. With the same, yeah, same exact flag. Megsit. I think it looks like a 2, right? Megsit 2, or maybe it's like Megsit 1 something. Megacity 12, Megsit 12. It's lost something, you know, from theory, right? We actually see a lost A, right? Lost. It's probably Lost Angel. Yeah, so this is like, it's Lost Angels. It's the city of Lost Angels, and it's Megsit. You know, it's classification, right? Megsit 1, 2, or 12, or 22. It looks like maybe like maybe 32. You can see like right there, like that little like the undercase 3 right there. So maybe like Megacity 32 or Megsit 32. Yeah, you can see what they say. So yeah. Oh, and you can see the N also. Yeah. So Lost Angel Megsit 32, it looks like. I'm saying 32. That's like the 3 to me. That little like lip there, the very, very bottom next to 2, looks like a 32. Yeah. So Megsit 32. So Los Angeles, or Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, Megacity 32. Or Meg City 32, short for Megacity 32. Now, we don't know if that's like we're all assuming that it basically means Los Angeles or Los Angeles, because that would make sense. It doesn't technically mean it, but it feels like it. And unfortunately, if we go real crazy here, this map ends pretty quickly. You can't see all that much. It just ends in a skybox pretty quickly. But you can see, like, you know, it's very clear Europa is coming, or say Europa's coming from, like, you know, basically invading. I am indeed shooting right now with a camera. Correct. I'm gonna send it to it's in CCP Gray, or CGP Gray. He's a giant flag nerd. Wait, actually, hold on. I totally forgot about this too. Hold on. I will admit, I totally forgot there was a mech here with power lines coming out for my video. So there's a bunch of power being drawn from it. Hold on. And it's connecting mainly to the torso. Also. It's connecting to the shoulder here. Though there is... Ooh, there's a power line coming from this too. So there's power being fed both into the torso coming from that. Huh. Recharging? I don't think it's recharging. It looks like it's powering generators over here. It could be recharging though. Could be either or. Some serious damage here to it. There's a lot of decals on it. Yeah. I'm still unknown. Like, okay. I personally think the bottom cylinder is not where the pilot is. I guess the... Yeah, I definitely think too of that being fed into the cylinder also. The pilot is not in the cylinder. A few people said the pilot's in the cylinder. They think the pilot's in the cylinder. I can't prove them wrong, but I heavily do not think the pilot's in the cylinder. It feels like it's such a bad spot for a pilot to be in. Like, just asking for like one like heat warhead to kill them. Oh, mister, I haven't reached out to the devs at all. The devs haven't reached out to me, so I have no idea. I feel like they're more like likely to like reach out to Rillo. I mean, personally, I'm like still of the opinion the cylinder at the bottom of the mech is it's dual purpose naturally, but the big thing is it's hydraulics. Like, a mech of that size has to have a ton of hydraulics. And so, like, it would want a big thing like that for hydraulics. And naturally, it being there too serves an extra function of lowering the weight of the center of gravity for stability. So, like, first things first, they needed an area for hydraulics to, like, kind of go into, or to be centered at. They use that for hydraulics, and it's also just a really convenient way for them to have a center of gravity get lowered from the cylinder being heavy. And also, it provides that, the sensors, the cameras, right? For low to the ground cameras. I mean, I will say though, a pilot could fit in there. I would be fucking terrified if it was for a pilot, as a pilot. Hold on. Quinto. Let me get two more. All right, we're good. One second. All right, well, let's return. Okay, quick pause. There we go. So I don't get murdered in the middle of the trail. Okay. The reason why I think it's hydraulics is there actually one in here. It's hard to see. Yeah, these are not. Let me get an actual real mech. Is there a real mech out here? The joints of the mechs looks to be like hydraulics. Like, it looks like actuators and hydraulics. It looks, the mech's joints looks to be, yeah, just pure hydraulic in nature. It could be something different, but it looks a lot like hydraulics. Okay, we have some mechs. Oh, it's being fed to like a generator, right? The one over there. All right. We have our two mechs here. And so you can see their joint works here. Like, this looks like a bunch of hydraulic pistons, right? Moving, like, basically, they all work in tandem to basically move the shoulder. But these look like hydraulic pistons. If we look down here, too, in the bottom rear, between the joints, same exact thing, right? A bunch of hydraulic pistons going back and forth to simulate, basically, movement of joints in different degrees of freedom. And now, naturally, they're not all lined up perfectly because, you know, that's hard. But, like, the core concept, right, does appear to be that. These hydraulic kind of pistons for the joints. And so, because, like, the pelvis, for example, converges at the center of this, it feels like that's a center for helping control hydraulics. Now, it could be multifaceted, right? It's a cylinder for a lot of mechanics. Like, it's gonna be a cylinder for hydraulics. It's very clearly got periscopes. Like, these up here, if you're familiar with tanks, this could just be a viewport for a person in a tank, but it can also be viewports for periscopes. And so as opposed to just having like someone had to like look through this with their eyes, what this does is it's a protection for a mirror that will go down to basically reflect into a camera, and the camera will basically view from this periscope. And so that will give the pilot basically a feed of the lower outside area without having them to expose them to the area. And considering how, like, if you look at the posture the mechs take in combat, the mechs actually do a very good job when they're fighting in combat. Sure. The mechs do a very good job of when they're fighting in combat. Their natural, like, combat pose does a very good job. Let's see if I can get it in time. They're not fighting right now, so it's hard. So we have our front hatch here. So we have two hatches. We have this hatch here, this front hatch, which I'm pretty sure is the pilot hatch to go down into the torso. And then we have this upper hatch here, and I think this upper hatch is whatever houses the power plant. So we can see here we have that right there along with this very deep extension here. And I think that's where the power plant is basically stored, is that back kind of center section. It gives it the actually like the utmost protection from anything but not rear attacks and aerial attacks. And if you notice how the mech postures too, it's not doing it right now because it's not in combat, but the mech will posture in such a way that it perfectly hides the torso between its arms and legs. Like when you're fighting straight heads up to that mech, it does a very good job of basically making its torso incredibly hard to hit. The cylinder, not so much. The cylinder is still pretty easy to hit. Yeah, unfortunately the ammo is just like its own thing. Like I can't, there's no indication of where the ammo is being stored at, so. Alright, I still need a picture too. We can get one over here. Do I have any meds? I do have a few meds left. Not many though. We unfortunately do have ranged guys over here. I might just want to leave, to be honest. How many? Oh, just 3? 3 is fine. I can deal with 3. Oh, there's 4. Okay, I deal with 4. Okay, maybe there was 5 or 6 actually. Oh, I have another video coming out this week. I'm not sure when it's gonna come out. I'm still working on the script. It's going deep. It's going real fucking deep. I don't want to spoil what it's on yet. I might have already spoiled it already if you guys picked up on it, but it's gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be some real crackpot stuff. Give me a picture. There we go. So Corrado, if you have a silencer, you won't aggro everything nearby. If you don't have a silencer, you will generally typically piss off everyone nearby if you start shooting randomly, if they're not in combat. If they're in combat, unless you shoot that squad directly, they will ignore you until that combat ends generally. But no, I'm not sure if they have, like, if you're playing in groups, and I've noticed a bit more too, the enemy group size do seem a bit bigger now.
Another day, oh, another dollar.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pixel, like, that's a bit too hard. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe eventually. So gaming, they have done some overhauls to AI a bit, mainly into regards to how they get alerted. The enemies do seem to notice you much farther away now. So like if you're standing in the open far away, if they're not preoccupied with someone else, they will generally see you pretty quickly. The sprinting, they definitely notice a lot quicker now. So like before in the previous patch, sprinting was like almost the best way to do stealth, because as long as you stealth or sprinted past enemies quick enough, they wouldn't aggro to you. That's changed a bit. Generally sprinting by enemies will always aggro them now. You can get lucky sometimes with corners, but like for the most part, if you sprint by them, they will notice you and get pissed off, which is perfectly fair. Not overhauls per se. The AI has gotten deadlier too. The AI accuracy is definitely improved now, especially when farther away. There are still some units that do have some spread, like the MG34s on EOD still, but typically speaking, if you aggro a squad of infantry from far away, they will turn you into a pincushion of bullets. So basically the AI's gotten deadlier, essentially. It's still like not leaps and bounds better. It still has the same classic patrol pattern, right? Or a fighting pattern where if they aggro to you, their only AI is to walk towards you, and when they see you, shoot you. But other than that, like, it is deadlier, but the AI patterns are just still the same. I would have to actually do like studies Pixel. I've been told that too, Pixel. I just haven't like actually tried to look at it firsthand, so I just don't know yet. All right, we do have our rig vendor here. Oh, we're pretty close also to level 3. All right, so we are rich again. But I am also kind of poor at the same time. I need 70 more K. Can I do 70 IEDs? So many IEDs. They don't sell for a lot, right? Not early, no. Can we get there? Probably not. Should be a little shy. Oh, I can actually sell these. How many of these do I have? Just worth. There we go. We made it. Bye. All right, we now have a better rig, so we can make more money. We are poor now, though, but at least we're rich. Handguards, fine. Assembly, magazine. We got the big mag now, which is huge. I do want to buy an RPK though, if I can actually do that right now. Oh, I think I can buy an RPK. Sell, I guess. Oh, they don't sell for anything. I'm so poor. I guess I could probably sell some bullets I don't need. I don't need 5. Don't need P90 ammo. Don't need R8 ammo. That's for fucking sure. I want to get an RPK before... Really? I potentially lose my rep with him. There we go, we did it. And let's buy what ammo we can too. 7.62. I can buy 250 worth. So the RPK and the AK take the same exact mods, and they share the same level. So like, we can, because we have the unlocks for the AK, we can put the unlocks on the RPK, and it's just better. So we could try doing King of Kings too. I don't think I've ever actually finished the quest. Oh, it is by far. I think Rat King always ends up dying before you can finish it in one going, and I never end up finishing it for that reason. But we can pick it up and just see if we get Rat King eventually and try to do it. Oh, Deemer, we've died earlier today, so yeah. And we died. The big one was dying last week. Which, like, we were like 20 something prestige last week, and we died. So, quest wise, so he can be on 3 different maps. Let's do a mausoleum. We haven't done a mausoleum in a while. It does not. No. I have no idea if it weights it either. It does not guarantee it, that's for sure. I don't know if it weights it at all though. Some quests do seem to like wait when you have the quest and they're making certain things happen. Some quests will just spawn additional units. Some quests will actually, it feels like it weights it at least. I can't say it does for sure. Mausoleum. Pipes. And we're good. And so if he spawns on this map, he'll be in the center ravine. All right. I'll just move over. It's well, thanks. It's going well. All right. There's the bombers, who are very, very quiet. Make a little sound now, at least. The grabber will typically spawn in the same trench lines as always. All right, so it seems like no Rat King, because Rat King would usually be inside of this trench line if he was. You would hear him pretty quickly. Maybe. It might be a smaller one just to like release Gunhead. We'll have to see. They did say before Christmas, so maybe. All right, so Rat King's not here, so we're really only here probably for meds, for staunch the bleeding, and killing your opens. So I usually try to like temper my expectations to around releases for early access games because like you generally do just end up burning yourself if you hope for too much. So I generally get my hopes around once a quarter, and even that gets missed sometimes too, right? I haven't heard the grabber yet, which is actually a good sign. If we don't have a grabber, we can actually just fight in the trenches. That can work for me. Yeah, I think no grabber. Awesome.
That's nice. Oh yeah, I'm going over to Stalker 2 when it comes out for a while. I'll still play this game for sure, but like Stalker 2 coming out is gonna be a big thing for me. Love Stalker. I'm just hoping like the performance isn't like it's. I will say though, like it's would it really be a Stalker game without some pretty mediocre performance at launch? Would it even really be Stalker? Am I blind? Where are you? All right, there's door 1. And door... Nope, not you. Oh, there we go. So, Deemer, what you can do too is if you have a Steam alt account, like a different Steam account, you can just family share that account to your regular account and just play the game on your family shared account with a different save file, essentially. That's what I'm currently doing for this, right? Because I don't want to delete my main save that actually has progress on it, so I just use basically my alt account with family share. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I know, like, you know, Escape from Tarkov definitely had some roots in Stalker. I mean, like, the first trailer for oh my god, my mind's blanking right now. For Tarkov is basically based off the Stalker trailer. Yeah, that's what I've heard too, right? So, like, I'm hesitant. I do have a good enough rig that it shouldn't be a problem, knock on wood. But, we'll see. I mean, if you can do 2K 60 hertz, I'm happy. Even if you rock lower settings, that's perfectly fine. If it's so bad though that like it's even hard to get like 60 FPS off like 2K at low settings, I'll be kind of upset though. But that's what it is. I'll be well, not upset, but sad. All right, I need to kill some more Europans real quick. We do have all of our first aid kits though, I will say. What we can do is we'll come over to here, and I'm hoping the EXO will actually path out. So the silencers, all they do, so when you shoot a gun, it will make a sound, but it will attract the attention of anyone nearby that you shoot, or attract the attention of anyone nearby, regardless if you shoot them or not, right? They won't usually go straight to aggro, but they'll go into that like investigation state when you shoot a regular gun with no silencer. With a regular gun and no silencer still, if you shoot a member of an enemy squad, everyone in that squad will go to aggro or a combat against you. They will turn to you and start firing at you. That's what currently happens with a silencer. With a silencer, what will happen is that first effect where if you shoot your gun, they won't notice anything, right? Say, for example, if I... Hold on. They might hear this door. I don't think they don't hear this door anymore, but we'll see. Alright, so this is with a silencer. So I'm not hitting them. They don't react. If I shot one of them, anyone as tagged as in that squad will go straight to aggro against me. If I pulled out my shotgun and shot, everyone in this room would aggro against me. Because, or rather, the squad will aggro against me and everyone else will hear and then eventually aggro against me, right? That's the main thing. Now, the weird thing is, I might miss a shot because it's hard to hit headshots in this game. The weird thing is one-shots act really weird. If the unit that you kill, if you one-shot them with like a headshot, I think the most it will ever go is investigation. Hold on. I missed that shot. That's on me. Okay, but that's the example, right? I shot a unit with a silencer, and it aggroed only the squad it was in, not anyone else nearby. That's in contrast to without a silence gun, it would probably aggro the XO too. These elites, not just regular soldiers, so I just missed my shot.
Not sure where.
But like, that's one of the cool perks of like guns like the 36M. Because the 36M will always basically one-shot any infantry it hits, regardless of where you hit them at. It essentially means you'll never directly immediately aggro the squad. Because it's not silenced though, it will like draw their attention via the sound, but they won't immediately go to aggro. It's why, weirdly enough, the 20 millimeter sniper is like actually a good stealth weapon, weirdly enough, at least right now.
On a day of close call.
All right. Yeah, there. You kind of need to have silence in this game. You can do this game without silencers. It just makes it feel really quite hard. The game is a lot harder without silencers because you have to be very careful about the fights you take. We're gonna do King of Kings again on Mausoleum because I want to see if I can't get him to spawn on that map. It does seem like out of all 3 maps, I could be getting unlucky. He does seem to like not want to spawn for me on this map. I only seen him like once or twice, but it's a bit weird. Let me go ahead and go to my vendors here. Let's go to Aramaki. Let's go ahead and sell him Painless because I don't really need Painless and buy the rest of 762. Nope. So 762. Let's actually go to our container, or Bundleton 2. Let's buy our rigs. So top left, we want medium high quality. Top right, we want medium high quality. Top is small. Small high quality. And then center, I believe, is also medium. So the container upgrades basically double the space per container, which is very useful, so it's always worth doing. So they're pretty cheap. You do lose them if you die, but that's a moot point considering if we die, it's a bigger issue to begin with. And we have our meds. We'll bring a few of these also. And pipes again. Though I will say, Sequento, pipes is probably not the best spawn to do mech wreck though. Let's just change over to the actual battle spawn. Let's do ruins. We have ruins available to us. I find that if you spawn pipes, the mech pilot will usually be dead before you get to them. Yeah, that's the downside of the Pipasha, the PPSH. It does attract a lot of attention to it. Like it's now I get the night variant. All right, mandatory. Weirdly enough, the medium mechs are still like force spawn on this map. Yeah. Alright, the pilot will still spawn on this map. We gotta find them first. They're probably on the other side. I haven't heard gunfire already. They're probably on the other side. Oh, there they are. They're probably already dead. I don't hear any more gunfire. They're probably dead. Alright, so a dog will spawn down the trench line, but there's also a dog spawn over here at pipes. I'm not sure if it's consistent, but I have seen dog before multiple times at pipes at night shift. Unfortunately, the pilot's dead already, so we really only have data cache left to go find, which we can do in a second. Alright. Thankfully, the one nice thing about night shift maps is every unit is vertically challenged. If there's dog, you can see him right over there. So like even if they aggregate you, you just stand on a tank, they can't get you. And keep in mind, this is the night shift variant of the map, meaning that these dogs are the one-shot dogs, not the nice dogs. They will one-shot you 2 HP, 2k HP or less. They do not play around. Hey, didn't see you there. See, isn't that much more terrifying without the HUD? The HUD would tell me that unit's there. I had no idea. There's so much fucking fog. Do I hear another dog? Oh, it's a brawler. Yeah, I kinda... I will say, I much prefer the auto highlight as opposed to the actual HUD. Like, it makes me feel like you're actually... As opposed to the HUD that feels like out of place, the target thing feels much more in the sense of like it's your actual scanner, right? Alright, that's definitely a fucking dog. Are we in... Wait, are we even by the trench line right now? I think we are. Yeah, we are. I require 1 data cache and no one-shots, please. Once again, this is the grabber that will one-shot us because it's the night variant. We're actually probably better off actually going this way. If the doors are closed off to it over here, we want to definitely use the back door. I'm happy they did change the doors though. The doors no longer make the small doors don't make sound anymore. Sound that the AI can hear. The big doors still do, but the small ones don't. So we're looking for a data cache. Okay, very unfortunate there is no container there. So we're gonna go to the main hangar actually instead now. The main hangar only has like a brawler or two. I know it's very dark. YouTube does not do a good job of compressing blacks, so it might be a little rough. Should be better now though. It is hard to see though. Yeah, I usually get lucky and find one in there, but alright, there's usually a brawler here. There's the brawler. What a shot. Alright, brawler's dead. Okay, so here is the gun rack. It's weird though too. Like, this gun rack is next to like this hangar that goes to mech trenches. Now, this is way too small for the medium mechs, which makes it feel like it has to be for the exos. So maybe that's the case that these are exo guns eventually they'll get access to. But yeah. It's definitely not mech sized. It's more exo sized. But right now the exos have hands too, with like fingers, but right now they only use their 20 mil like underbarrel or underhand grenade or underhand 40 mil. Really no data cache yet. Do I even wait on? Quick test. No, yeah, I do have the quest for it. Okay. I guess we're going over. There's like one or two spots we can actually do trenches too. That's pretty safe. There was that mech around earlier though. Yeah, see the devil. So it's like, please don't notice me. I don't even know why you're here. It's nighttime.
I can chart a course through if we wait. The right moment.
Really? I guess we go deeper. I don't like that. The mech is... That wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. It was shooting at the fucking cyborg and missed and killed me. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Every other death is my fault. I will fully acknowledge it. That was just bad luck. That was an inaccurate mech. I saw it coming too. You heard the I don't feel comfortable before it happened. I felt it in the force. I knew, like, once I saw the mech there with the gun sticking to the wall, I was like, this is not a good look. This is bad. This is real bad. But yeah, we died. It's very tragic. I will do this ceremonial deleting of the save file in a second, but you know, let's enjoy our last little time with the poor old masked man on his poor quest to get a data cache from like 15 containers that didn't want to drop one. It's not my fault. Anyway, yeah, I died. I know. I am very well aware. Yellow mask. Not shovel. We haven't gotten shovel yet. Very weird. So much water. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Come on, I know you do it. Yeah, once a guy goes up and up long enough, it usually comes in. There we go. Whee! Alright. Alright, one more thing. Wait, I don't have enough money for you? Really? I can fix that. Because we're dead anyway, right? Give me my money. Can I get there? We are close. I guess we're gonna sell ammo by there too. I think we're good. I can sell ammo. We'll sell all of you. All of you. There we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. No answers, never answers. Also, you notice how there's cows here? Isn't this weird? We're sacrificing cows to the Rat King? Anyway, we'll leave you guys with that. That's it for today, everyone. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed me dying multiple times on stream. Very sad. Last one. Let it be on the record, not my fault. Everyone else, absolutely my fault. But thanks for watching. I will see you guys again on Wednesday. If there's news, otherwise, maybe before then. But thanks for watching, everyone. See you guys later. Have a good day. Have a good week. And yeah, catch you on Wednesday.